That's good.
Yeah.
Matt. You're bigger.
Yeah.
You can
Yes, yes. About 2 weeks.
Yeah. So, it's just more of it.
Yeah, I think we get him next year. You get him, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Other people are.
Oh my God.
Maybe.
Thank you, Jen. The third, yeah. They tell the text.
Just a second. Technical adjustments. Second.
Good? Okay, all right. You ready, Mike?
That's me.
Thank you. We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of July 18th, 2023. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or by telephone. And I see we do have some of our members tonight on the telephone or on Zoom. Clerk, please call the roll for both the City Council and the planning.
Councilmember Nixon,
Here.
Councilmember Black,
Here.
Councilmember Curtis,
Here.
Councilmember Falcone,
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Hart,
Here.
Mayor Sweet,
Here.
Commissioner Heiser. Commissioner Allen. Commissioner, Vice Chair Rutherford,
Yes. Here.
Chair Bracer.
Here.
And Commissioner Brosnan.
Here.
And Commissioner Tim Chisholm,
Here.
Mayor Singhal.
Study County.
That's it.
Our study session tonight is on 3 topics. First, the special joint meeting with the planning commission. Second is a 2044 comprehensive plan status update. And third is phase 1 review of the 2023-2024 community initiated amendment requests. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. City manager.
Okay, welcome, planning commissioners. Appreciate you attending. This is a follow-up to the joint meeting where you wanted to make sure that we had a chance to talk with the council directly on issues that were very important to the community and to the commission. So the first, probably third of this study session is going to be about the commission presenting to the council their thoughts on the stationary plan, particularly the housing, affordable housing provisions, as well as some of the parking provisions. Those items are not here at the study session. They're in the business section of the council meeting tonight, but we wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to hear from the planning commission. So staff will be here to answer questions as well, but we're going to start off hearing from Commissioner Rosman on the housing and then from Chair Russer on the parking issues. So, welcome, Angel. Yes.
Okay, so I just want to start with kind of a history for the council of where we landed here. So we started, many moons ago on the stationary plan in general and had our public hearing for the non-affordable housing requirements back in February. At that time, we were brought a initial proposal for the affordable housing requirements, and as a commission decided that it was very late in the process and there was no data to back it up, And as Kirkland is a very data-driven city, we asked staff and Arch to come back and spend some time really digging into whether these numbers could work or not. And so just as a reminder, that initial proposal was at 20 to 25% of units at 50% AMI. After that time, Arch hired Bay Area Economics to do a feasibility study and came back to us in April with a proposal of 15% at 50% AMI. At that time, we were presented from Bay Area Economics stating that these numbers are not feasible and that at 15% at 50% AMI, housing was not financeable at this time. We were then told from an inclusionary zoning consultant that we should still go with this 15% at 50, even though it was not financeable, because someday in the future, things will get better and then we would get a higher level of affordable housing. To the point that we were told that we needed to sacrifice housing in the short term so that eventually someday we would get a higher percentage of affordable housing. We also got quite a bit of information from Kim Faust with Main Street Properties, who is a property owner in the station area plan who is interested in redeveloping in that area. And they did a really good job giving us deep dive numbers to figure out, like, where is the breakpoint of what's the most affordability we can get without requiring such a high level that the returns make it so that a project cannot be financed. And I think, as you all know, the developer is not the person who decides ultimately if a project can go forward. It's whether or not they can get a loan for the project. And if the returns are not high enough, that money from the banks will go to other areas where projects are financeable. And with that, we spent a lot of time as planning commissioners really digging into this. And ultimately, we came to a conclusion that we cannot wait for housing for 5, 8, 10 more years. You know, we had 2 of Juanita High School students' classes come speak to us, begging us that we get as much housing as quickly as possible. They're graduating in the next year or 2. And across the board, they told us we're not going to be able to live in Kirkland because there is no housing. And they asked us to do whatever we can to get housing now. You know, we're in a crisis at the state level where we are looking at being 1 million homes short by 2044. And we don't have time to wait. You know, the last time we had a market downturn, we did not build housing, and waiting for the market to get better is where we have ended up in this deep, deep housing crisis. And so we looked at what was allowable in the station area. We looked deeply at Bay Area economic analysis, as well as Main Street housing's analysis, which were very, very similar, and said 10% at 50% doesn't really work, but it's close, especially for a property owner that owns property in the station area already. We're still probably not going to see others do it because you can get a higher return in treasury bonds right now than you can in housing. But that we felt like it was close enough that we will hopefully see housing. And but we also said that we would really be interested in the flexibility of some higher AMI levels, because at 50% AMI, you know, we talked about wanting to house teachers and first responders and the manager of our grocery store. And all of those jobs make over 50% AMI, but under 100 and many of them under 80%. So where we landed was a baseline of 5% at 50% AMI with another 5% either at 50 or a combination of above. Okay, thank you, Allison. So this is the table that shows the different options, along with an optional 12-year MFT of 10% at 50% AMI and 10% at 80% AMI. Those numbers don't particularly work right now, but we wanted to at least create an option if there is a project that could possibly pencil. We wanted to give as much flexibility as possible. With noted that we would want to allow for a higher percentage of owner occupancy units because under 80% is extremely, extremely difficult to do for homeownership, and we wanted to make that as doable as possible. And then we also talked about, didn't land there, but we're also very open to the idea of let's get, 600 or 1,200 units built at that level and then have an automatic trigger to re-review and see if we can push the limits at that point. Or if we're not getting those, see if we need to ratchet it back. Because, the biggest concern I have, I'm going to speak for myself as well as I think quite a few of the planning commissioners, that my biggest fear is that we are going to overshoot, and in 10 years, 85th Street is going to look very similar as it does today, which means we have failed our Winnetka High School seniors. We have failed the people who cannot live in Kirkland today. If we end up with a ton of housing because we underestimated the amount of affordability, we still have a ton of housing. The city gets a whole lot of money that it can put back into reducing rents for folks. But if we overshoot it and we get nothing, 0% of 15% is still zero. And with that, I also want to pass it to Scott, because a big part of housing affordability is parking. And we talked quite in depth on a alternative parking proposal from staff.
So, Allison, thank you. We were pushed and parking was not something we did in one meeting. This was over a long period of time. And even amongst our commissioners, we had Commissioner Rutherford, who very eloquently pushed for 0 parking minimums. And we also had almost every housing group stakeholder push to reduce. And part of the point of the station area was that it was going to be transit driven and not just car driven. We did reduce our parking, but when it came to affordable, we looked at a way to give builders the flexibility of decreasing their costs and make it a more financeable project. And one of the other reasons was we were thinking of along the lines of, if there is a developer out there who is affordability driven and can produce an entire complex, that they will have no parking and they will be a transit driven facility, it would be amazing. A developer who would guarantee that their residents would have to sign a contract that they would not have a vehicle. And these were just options that we wanted. We wanted to try, if there is something very close to the transit station that is very walkable, and transit is, and that was our point, it was to get it to be transit oriented. We also heard from the neighborhoods. We didn't want to go so far as having no parking minimums, as we were pushed by all the housing stakeholders. We don't want to overload the neighborhoods. And parking, and every developer will give you a number, but it's around 70,000 per unit per parking space. So that pencils into when you have to finance a property. And that's what makes affordability even more difficult. So we are talking about basically 15% going to 50, if we have a 15% affordable housing in a building, only those units have no parking minimums. So the building itself has parking requirements, but the affordable housing section, and that doesn't mean that it is no parking. The developer will probably put in parking for affordable units, but they don't have to put in a prescribed amount. So, and that is something that I think we need to get beyond, is that when we say no parking minimum and this is only pertaining to the affordable units, that does not mean there's going to be no parking in that building. But it gives the developer flexibility. It inspires maybe a developer to produce a project that is driven for affordable and for transit. And it also allows for some creative financing in projects. And so I was not a proponent of having no parking minimums because I feel for the Rose Hill community. They are going to have huge changes and they deserve to have parking in their neighborhood. This is going to mean that, yes, we'll probably have to have increased enforcement up in the Rose Hill area after this is built, just naturally, not even with the no parking, minimums. But this just gives the developers incentive to put in affordable housing and maybe put in more affordable housing than what is prescribed.
Do any of the other planning commissioners, part of having us all here was that we did want to have, like a micro session with you all, because this was something that was not just Scott and myself leading this. This was very much like the whole planning commission spent, a hard 6 months, and even before that, really digging into this deeply. So the goal here was to have everybody be able to share their thoughts so that you really were able to get a robust view of where the planning commission stood on this.
Mayor Sandeep has got his hand up,
Oh. Sandeep, please.
so it's very small.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to amplify an important point that was raised. We believe ultimately that if we don't get housing, part of the goal with having the transit station there is to have sufficient density of housing getting built to both justify transit and hopefully then justify over time the density of transit that this neighborhood needs to support the BRT. And so if we don't really get the construction going and going fairly quickly, I think we're going to miss out on the necessary density to make the BRT ultimately a success. And that will have implications ultimately to whether we get additional transit in the region.
Thank you, Sandy. Anything from John? Council? Any discussion? Well, thank you. I thank you for months working on this issue. Watching your, I've never watched so many. Never. You guys have worked hard on this. What I have to tell you is that for me, it kind of defeats the purpose of incentive zoning, but I get why you landed where you landed. I know that every member of this council spent the last couple weeks really struggling with this, meeting with you all, meeting with representatives from Arch, from the Housing Consortium. This is going to be one of the most difficult decisions that we have to make. And I look forward to our discussion a little bit later tonight, particularly given that we're setting up, getting ready for the 2044 comprehensive plan update, which is going to be, it's going to be very majorly impacted by the decision we make on the station area. So thank you so much. God bless you all so much for the time that you have spent. Angela.
I just also wanted to bring your attention to an email you got from Sightline near the end of today. I don't know if everybody got a chance to read it, but if you're okay, can I read just a couple sentences out of it that I feel like are important to hear? So this is from Sightline Institute. For those of you who aren't familiar, they're a very big pro-housing nonprofit based in, I think, Seattle and Portland. So I'm just going to read this part. That sacrificing short-term housing production through high inclusionary zoning requirements in hopes that it will become feasible at some point in the future is like a self-fulfilling prophecy for unaffordability. Suppressing construction will worsen the housing shortage which is the root cause of rising rents. Unmet demand will push up rents until eventually development becomes feasible again, even with the inclusionary zoning cost penalty. At that point, the city may get more affordable units in each new building, but it comes at the expense of making everyone's rents higher. So I get the point of, we are looking to ask for something because we're allowing for higher heights, but you all know that I am super focused on this affordable housing conversation. And like I said, my biggest fear is that we're going to overshoot it and we're not going to see those projects go forward until rents get even higher and can then underwrite the lower rents. So I know that you all are really focused on this, and I think we all want the same thing, which is, the most affordable housing possible. It's just, where do we thread the needle to get the most affordable housing without completely creating a moratorium on housing on the 85th Street area? And, for some folks, there may be an encouragement to overshoot the affordable housing piece so that we don't grow, because we do have some folks in our community that would rather Kirkland not change, even when that means that people cannot live here. And so I just would really encourage you to think long and hard about getting to a solution that creates housing now, not in 5 or 10 years from now.
Thank you. Last words. Jake.
Thank you. One of the things that the staff recommendations put on the table, I think we're gonna have a robust conversation about this during our meeting, is taking some of the really innovative work that you all done and done as a pioneer provision, and then end up in some other final stage. Do you have any feedback on the pioneer provision?
I think we can, we liked it. If there is a point where we get going and we see that the properties are moving and selling and people are building, we encourage it to go to the 15%. And so we want that affordable housing. Our fear is that, and it's not just a fear, it literally was almost every major builder either communicating with us via email or coming to our meetings and saying, we can't build. And I don't believe this was just trying to reduce their affordable housing. They said, we can't get financing at this. And we had stakeholders say, we're going to invest in the current standard because this hasn't been passed yet, and we'll get less housing and less affordable housing. So we were doing this on the grounds of trying to get something going in this area, and also to encourage other developers to move into the area, because once building starts, look at Redmond. Redmond was at 10% and it really built up well, and it snowballed. I think that will happen on the 85th corridor, but we haven't seen anything happen yet. And so many of the projects have been that are, when I was on design review, still have not been built. And that's been 8 years. So they're in this holding pattern right now. And we did have Kim come in and say, hey, we want to build the affordable housing. We want to do it, but you have to work with us a little bit because we can't get the financing for it. So it was, creative thinking was for the next 5 years. And we would encourage having a pioneer program. We just don't want to see a flat 15 come in right now and then nothing happens. So, and it should be revisited. And I see Bria would like to add.
Yeah, so there are several pads, commercial pads right now, and developers are looking to build. I think if they get the certainty, when this is all said and done, they're gonna get the certainty and they're gonna decide whether or not to move forward with this project. So, what we put up here, those numbers seem to work for the developers who currently own the land and are going to have to move forward with the property and a project, or they're going to sell the property. So if we can get, some building going on, some momentum, I would definitely bring up a number, and I have to go through 4 packets because I kept them all, big stacks to find the numbers again. So I got to look at those numbers. Redmond, our neighbor to the east, we've seen such great development there. Their numbers were 80% AMI at 10% improvement. And that's how they got to 617 units of just regular housing and 227 units of affordable housing. So that's really done, that's a tried and true ratio that has worked. And all financing now is global. So whoever's financing those is going to have probably the same parameters as whoever's going to be financing our 85th Streets project. So global financing, it just means, the developers really aren't self-financing, it's huge numbers. And if this global financing, if they can't make that work here because the numbers just aren't profitable or doable, or maybe there's no profit, they'll move that to another city. And we just don't want to see that. We do want development, we need housing. So, thank you.
On the Pioneer provisions, I think that's a really great opportunity. The one thing that I would caution you to be thinking about is to avoid implementing it in a way that increases the uncertainty on the balance, on the pro forma for builders. Because if you end up with 2 projects that are both counting on getting a limited number of, this Pioneer incentive that's available, then it's creating this uncertainty between these 2 and like, oh, are we going to get it, or is the other team going to get it? So if you
Is it a first come, first served kind of thing?
I can't remember the specifics of how it's been proposed was framed, but as you go through and refine it, just be aware of making sure that it's not implemented in a way that increases that uncertainty, because there's already a tremendous amount of uncertainty that's threatening the viability of projects and slowing down the ability to generate the housing we need.
Yeah, we could chime in a bit on the how the catalyst provisions might work. So I think generally they would be first come, first serve, but there's different means that we could impose to figure out what projects get to take advantage of it or not. I think typically we've talked about it in terms of just traditional building permit vesting. So if you submit a complete building permit application, you can get vested in the code and be part of that catalyst phase if all the units haven't been taken up. But there are other ways that we can get projects to vest in the catalyst phase as well. We could look at connecting it to the planned action ordinance, for instance. As part of the planned action ordinance, we'll have projects come in, we'll look at them for compliance with the planned action ordinance, and then issue a certificate of compliance. So that could be sort of the vesting mechanism as well. So there's a couple of options on the table, but yeah, it is a first come, first serve approach that we have right now. Or, the other alternative obviously is you could just impose a year target. So every project that comes in before a certain year or a certain date is vested in the catalyst provision. So again, there's just different ways that you could tackle it.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to build off this discussion. I mean, obviously, really complicated, challenging subjects to talk about, but the whole thing, one of the major issues is about timing, right? And where we are today as market, and the Pioneer example is really about the number of units. And then Adam just mentioned kind of more about the timing, right? So instead of number of units, it could be something about, hey, for the next 2 years or the next 3 years, the next 5 years, we're going to set the bar here. And then the bar is automatically going to rise to this level after that period. So if you come in before that, you're given this. Once you set the bar, Scott, this is something I wanted you to chime in on. It's very difficult to raise at that point. If you raise it, you're having to give additional height or different additional incentives. What you can do is you can lower it. You can come in and then lower it to, you're trying to kind of balance it to where that market is, trying to hit that sweet spot. So I guess I'm just trying to understand a little bit more about your all kind of discussion around, thinking about the timing piece of it. I understand where you're landing on kind of what works right now and making sure things move forward. But if we set the bar too low, then it's set there for the rest. It's not going to be. You don't raise it unless you give additional height or you change the code significantly.
Can I chime in just a little bit on that? John, where we are with this, we're still higher than almost every, with what we proposed, it's still higher than almost every community in the state. It is being very progressive. It can be more progressive, but right now with the state of financing and interest rates, it's still not doable, even the way we proposed it. It is doable for people who own the properties and they can partner. And this is basically what we heard from multitudes of developers that talk to us and consultants. And we sat through so many presentations only to be told at the end of the presentation, the numbers don't pan out. And we asked, when will they pan out? And they said, well, when the interest rates are back down to around the 3% rate, it will. So we don't know when we're going to get that. And I would propose maybe we can tie some of the incentives to around the interest rates and our forecasts and raising the affordable unit. But to get something in the next 5 years, because with our permitting and having to go through all the design work, you're talking 5 years to get something to market. It's a very tough go. So if we don't get something in this point in time done, we are talking 10 years before we get some build out. I do think we need to have something in this provision to get started, because it's not going to be tomorrow. It's not going to be next year or the year after. It just takes too long to finance and get the building built. And you have to have developers take risk. And it is a risk right now.
So I just want to comment a little bit on the raise the bar, lower the bar. And that's where I think, having some kind of catalyst or pioneer provision could be really great, because it could have an automatic trigger where we say the bar is up here. And at that point, we'll look. And at that point, if we haven't seen the housing happen, we can lower it. But if we have seen it, then we can say, all right, we already set it in the future that the bar is there. So we have captured the value in the future. But I would also say, we talk about being able to lower affordability, but if that was really on the table, we probably should have already done it in the station area, honestly, because we've seen so little housing move forward in that area at 10% at 50. We probably should have changed that to 10% at 80 when we saw that wasn't happening. So part of my concern is, are we really going to be honest with ourselves and reduce or higher the AMI level if it's not working? But if it is, that's best case scenario, right? That if we do have a catalyst provision that has an automatic trigger, be it number of units or amount of time, at that point we can say, yeah, we said it's going to be up here, so you have to do it, because that was part of the upzone deal. But at that point, we can also look at it and be like, okay, maybe we need to push this out 5 more years or X number of units. So I think you can still capture that without having to say that, the date is right now, or the date is in 600 units or something. I think by giving the bar in the future, it protects against having to do that big, another upzone or a big code change. I think we do need to be creative if we're going to see housing sooner than later. I've got an 8-year-old. It would be great by the time he's done with high school that 85th Street is like well on its way to being a really awesome, walkable, transit-oriented community.
Okay. Thank you again very much. We'll continue this conversation in the meeting. With that, I think we have to move on to our next subject.
We do. And commissioners are welcome to stay, but you're also welcome to, you have other things that you need to go to.
Do you need us to give you an update on the cars? At all? Since we're here,
They're not.
yeah,
Should we go 3-2?
We can do that next.
Yeah, that's fine.
just figure since we're here. I know you didn't guys like hanging out. Real life do with all of this, we're here.
Super.
Let us switch it back real quick. Sorry, it dawned on me that we're here and.
Janice is up and down.
This is good. We don't ever want to know what to expect.
I feel like that was a pointed comment.
Enjoy it. All right, we can go ahead and do our staff presentation, and then we do have slides where we cover the planning commission recommendations, if that sounds good to folks. Thank you. So Lindsay Levine, senior planner.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay, and I'm here to discuss phase 1 of the community-initiated amendments request, CARS for short. I'll present the background on the first 2 requests, and then Allison Zeig will present the 3rd request. And as a part of this process, council will conduct a threshold review, directing staff whether to advance requests for further study in phase 2. If further study is recommended, council will provide feedback to staff and the applicants on the discussion topics. CARS are considered in 2 phases. During the first phase, the Planning Commission and Council consider the request for further study based on the nature of the request, its timing as it relates to other work plan items, and available staff resources. Based on these factors, the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the Council on whether they recommend that a request should be considered for further study or not, and if recommended, the timing of that study. Then Council determines whether the request should proceed to phase 2. And please note that advancing it to phase 2 does not mean that the council is making a final decision. It simply means it should be studied. During phase 2, the merits of the request are evaluated, the potential options are considered, and the city may expand the geographical study area. The Planning Commission holds a public hearing and makes a recommendation to the council on any proposed changes to the comp plan, zoning code, or zoning map. And finally, the council considers the recommendation and makes the final decision on the requests. Now I'm going to talk about the first CAR, and that is the Alabi request. It was submitted by the property owner for 545 17th Ave West in the Market neighborhood. The applicant requests that the city remove subsection 6 of KZC 51.08 in order to remove the restriction that limits this single parcel along 17th to be a detached or a duplex development, even though the property is zoned MSC1 office. The zoning maps shows the subject property in the blue outline, and the MSC1 office zone is shaded in orange. The removal of subsection 6 from KZC 51.08 would allow for non-residential uses like office or retail uses on the subject property, which is consistent with the zoning. The restriction was added to KZC 51 when the subject property was rezoned in 2017 as a result of a prior CAR for some context. The property currently has a 3-bedroom, 1,120 square foot single family house. And staff also wants to note that subsection 5 of KZC 51.08 states that the giant sequoia on the corner of 17th and Market shall be retained. This tree is on the subject property. It's shown here in the photo. And there's also a tree protection easement recorded on the subject property, to which the city is a party, and that requires that the referenced giant sequoia tree be protected from detrimental impacts in perpetuity. Planning Commission held a meeting on June 22nd to consider the proposed CARs and voted unanimously to recommend that the Alabi request be advanced to phase 2 review. The Commission noted that the request aligns well with their 2023 to 2025 planning work program tasks of examining ways to facilitate small-scale commercial and mixed-use development within and near neighborhoods. There are also several comp plan and Market Street corridor plan goals and policies that support small-scale development and a mix of uses in the Market Street corridor. And so, Madam Mayor, would you like me to pause here for discussion on this specific request, or would you like us to keep going with the presentation and have all discussion at the end?
Why don't we hear the planning commission's recommendations? Go ahead.
Well, this was the second time that it has come to us. And the first time it was turned down because of the sequoia. The applicant took steps to protect the sequoia in the meantime. And basically it's a good application. And we are trying to find ways to provide goods and services to the community. And we believe that this was a good application. And the applicant did take steps in the right directions.
That's great. Staff recommendation?
Yeah, staff recommendation aligns with the Planning Commission recommendation, and that is to move forward to phase 2 review. We agree that making this change would further walkability and facilitate small scale commercial development, which is great for the vibrancy of our neighborhoods.
And if I remember right, these are going to come back to us.
Councilor Dixon.
Yeah, question. If this was changed from residential use to a commercial use, would the side yard minimum increase, or would it still be probably what is currently 5 feet? Do we know that?
I believe it would stay the same.
Okay.
I remember that was part of the discussion in 17.
Yeah, how much of an impact would it have on the neighbors if it was, you know, a 30-foot commercial building as opposed to the single-story house that it is now? But I mean, the fact is in all of our residential neighborhoods right now, we have 30-foot, very blocky houses next to little 1950 single-story houses. So it's not anything new. The only difference would be commercial with the traffic that involves versus a residential use. So, thank you.
You want to move on?
Sure, and I'll also I'll add that yeah, the cars are a business item later on tonight, so that is when the actual voting and all that will occur and decisions. Okay, so the second car is the WISE request. It was submitted by the property owner for 6422 128 Ave Northeast in the Bridle Trails neighborhood. The applicant requests that the city rezone the property from residential single family 35 to residential single family 7.2. This would allow the subdivision of the property into multiple lots. The property is 45,738 square feet and is developed with a vacant 1970 square foot farmhouse. The property owner lives directly south of the parcel and uses it as a backyard currently. Property is surrounded mostly by single family homes, and the zoning map here shows the subject property in blue. The homes south of Northeast 65th Street are zoned to RSX 35. And in RSX 35 zones, the minimum lot size is 35,000 square feet, which is quite large for Kirkland. The residences north of 65th Street are zoned RSX 7.2, and in RSX 7.2 zones, the minimum lot size is 7,200 square feet. In both of these zones, the number of dwelling units is limited to 1 per lot. However, both of these zones do allow accessory dwelling units and middle housing types like cottages and 2 and 3 unit homes per the applicable regulations. And as an example, the subject property can support a principal dwelling unit and 2 accessory dwelling units. No, area northeast of the property is zoned RM 3.6 and contains the Bridal Trail Apartments, which is adjacent to the shopping center. And I also want to note that due to the property's location north of Bridal Trail State Park and the current zoning designation, the property must contain a 10,000 square foot permeable square foot area to comply with regulations for horses per KZC 115.20. The purpose of this regulation is to provide a paddock area. And if the property were to be rezoned as RSX 7.2 per the request, it would not have to comply with this paddock rule because the regulation doesn't apply to this type of zoning in the area. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend that the WISE request not be advanced to phase 2 review. The Commission acknowledged that rezoning this property would result in an increase in housing units located close to the shopping center. But they stated that just studying increased residential density in this area is limiting, and it should be more than one parcel looked at more broadly. And they also, realize that staff is currently working on the comp plan update. So the PC voted unanimously to recommend reviewing the zoning near Bridal Trails Shopping Center in order to support a 10-minute neighborhood centered around the shopping center as part of the comprehensive plan update. And the staff recommendation did follow the Planning Commission recommendation. We recommended that the request not be moved forward. And we are certainly in alignment with Planning Commission supporting 10-minute neighborhoods.
Any comments from Planning Commissioners?
We liked the idea that this property, because it was so close to the Bridal Trail Shopping Center, the idea of it being allowed to develop and provide more housing is great, but we did not want to spot zone one property. We felt with the comprehensive plan, we needed to look at all the properties in the near area. And that was the main reason we did not put this up for advancement.
That. Third point.
Oh, can I make a
Oh,
comment?
sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I completely agree with the Planning Commission recommendation here that we need to take a broader look at this for more transition from between uses in bridle trails. And I know the bridle trail people are probably going to freak out about losing horse acres one way or another, but we have to just have a responsibility to take a look at it. One thing I would like us to do, and I don't know that this is necessarily a planning commission thing, but I want to understand the infrastructure needs if we were to go to higher densities in this area. I admit to not having driven through this specific area very much, but I have no idea what we have in the way of sewers, stormwater facilities, street lights, sidewalks, whatever it might be, and would like to understand what the costs could potentially be of going to higher densities in this area. I mean, obviously, our rules are such that the developer would have to pay for a lot of that on a development by development basis, but there's going to be some kind of connections between islands of redevelopment that we're going to have to deal with in some way. So I don't know what the process is during the comp plan to consider what the infrastructure impacts would be. If that's something that normally gets done later after the comp plan is done, but that's something I'm very interested in getting more information about.
Okay, yeah, one approach just really quickly is we could establish, if the council is interested in looking at this in more detail, we could establish policies that promote looking at this from a broader, sort of more holistic planning perspective, such that we would look at infrastructure issues and look at mobility issues and look at tree protection and different ways of doing development here to preserve some of the unique characteristics of the area, including the equestrian character and the trees and so forth. So, great.
I just would pile on. I think it's such a big issue. It will be a conversation that we're going to have to have at least with Bellevue. But it wouldn't surprise me if the legislature gets involved in looking at horse acres and their requirements in terms of the overwhelming demand for housing and the inability to meet it. Okay.
All right, so our third request this cycle is in the Parmac area, and before I start, I have to give credit to Scott Guder, who put all the work into your staff memo. I'm just covering for him while he's on vacation. So this third one is for Parmac. It's for 4 parcels that are currently zoned Totem Lake 10D, so it's within the Totem Lake Business District. The community initiated amendment request is such that the zoning would eventually allow for construction of 6 mixed-use buildings. Those would accommodate up to 1,200 residential units and up to 30,000 square feet of residential amenity and commercial space. So it would involve increasing the allowed density, allowing housing on parcels that don't currently allow housing, and also increasing the allowed height in this area. And we can go to the next slide. Thanks, Lindsay. And so just to orient you a little bit on how these parcels fit into the bigger picture of Totem Lake, I'm going to use oh, it's nice and yellow. And so the cursor here, the darker shaded parcels down here, these are the subject of the community initiated request. And they're in the Southern Industrial Commercial District. So that's a sub area of the Totem Lake Business District. They're shown again over here. And the important thing about this map is that currently housing is allowed only within these kind of bold boxes you see with numbers in them. These are housing incentive areas. And so on the subject parcels, housing is only allowed on the parcel that's currently included within a housing incentive area. Outside of that housing incentive area, housing is currently not allowed. In terms of the other things that aren't allowed on these parcels that would be the subject of the request, we currently do encourage housing along the CKC through the Totem Lake Business District, but the zoning code as written requires parcel aggregation, so at least 10 acres. And so with the subject properties and many of the surrounding properties, none of them are 10 acres in and of themselves. So right now, basically, in this area, to provide housing in the area, you'd have to be able to combine parcels such that you have at least 10 acres. And so one of the things we might look at if we forwarded this is whether or not we dropped that parcel aggregation requirement. Thank you. So just to zoom in a little bit, we just want to make sure you understand where we're talking about, because there's a lot of parcels there. Again, we're talking about the shaded parcels here on the left. This carve out right here, this is currently almost finished up. This is the Pine Apartments, so that's a new 140 unit development. And down here is where we have Eastside Tennis Center, a basketball club and a badminton club. And so the current uses in the area, while it's zoned light industrial and maybe historically was light industrial, the uses in the area have evolved over time to include more office, more recreational uses. So it's not so much industrial as it perhaps was in the past. The other thing we want to note is that there are several citywide connections. So from our citywide connections map, there's several connections that would be required to be completed if these parcels were to redevelop. It's a little difficult to see, but one of them, and these are vehicle connections, would be kind of a north-south connection through the middle of the subject parcels. And while the Pines has begun development of this connection, redevelopment of these parcels would further this east-west connection that would eventually connect to the CKC.
Allison, is that the project on the top of Forbes Creek Drive?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, and so we covered a lot of this already. The reason the property can't develop as requested currently is because of that parcel aggregation requirement, also because housing isn't allowed use on all the parcels. And then again, we don't currently allow the density that's requested. And so on this one, Planning Commission also voted unanimously to recommend that it does proceed to a phase 2 review. Planning Commission did recommend that the analysis in phase 2 includes the whole Southern Industrial Commercial District. So we'd be looking at it a little bit broader based than the 4 parcels that were submitted through the community initiated request. So that Southern Industrial Commercial District extends north up to 116th and then down south here. And then staff's recommendation is to forward this to phase 2, and also that we would study it within the context of the comprehensive plan update. So that would including it in our capacity analysis that we're running. We're going to talk about that in just a little bit. And with that, I'll hand it over to Madam Mayor.
Allison, is there any existing affordable housing requirements for this area?
There's not.
That's something that we can evaluate.
Correct.
Thank you.
So the project going in now doesn't even have the 10%.
The pines.
Correct.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Jones.
Okay. Councilmember
You can
Basil.
go. That's fine.
Was there, I think I remember there's a difference between the staff recommendation and the planning commission recommendation for this one?
On this one, staff initially didn't recommend that the full Southern Industrial Commercial District be studied, but staff agrees with Planning Commission's recommendation as it's coming to council now.
Councilmember Basil.
Yeah, I support that recommendation here. I think one of the challenges with this area has been access to transit. It's a transit desert. I mean, the closest transit route is probably along 124th Avenue. Probably the closest frequent transit route. That's across the freeway. You know, it's a fair distance from this area. So I think as you evaluate this, could you evaluate really what the plan is for providing improved transportation and have great pedestrian bicycle access? We can agree with that, with the trail and the other connections there. But you know, as we look for increased density and you know, higher number of units of multifamily housing, we really want to make sure that it's located in areas that provide multiple opportunities for transportation.
Can I ask a follow-up? I thought there was a transit route, a metro route on 116th east-west. Did we lose that?
We lost that.
Oh, my goodness.
That was like 6 years.
So what that means is right now people cannot even begin to get to Hope Link on transit. That's terrible. Okay.
We do have our shuttles.
Yeah.
Okay, any further comment from the commissioners?
I guess just shout out to the new connector bridge that at least now, you know, we're talking about there's not transit, but as of a week ago, people can get to the like Totem Lake actual like business shopping area on a trail the whole way. So, you know, that it doesn't work if you have mobility issues, but for the majority of the people who live in that area, the like actual Totem Lake business area is eminently more accessible than it was last month. And I, for one, think that's very exciting.
Can't wait for the ride on.
No.
I would just, one of the reasons we did think that this needed a good look, and I think that's why we wanted it to go on, is the nature of the light industrial area has changed so much over the last 10 years. 10 years ago, it was auto body shops and a lot of distribution shops, and currently it is turning into recreation. And it just seemed like housing, especially with this proximity to the corridor, might be a good element to look at.
Okay, I think that takes us back to the original item number 2.
I'll just quickly conclude that, council will be discussing this more tonight during the regular meeting, and that council will decide for each of these requests if the proposal has merit, if it should be studied with the comp plan, or if it should be considered at a later time, or if it does not have merit and should not be forwarded for phase study review.
Thanks very much. Janice, I think it's time to
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, you guys.
Commissioners.
Good evening.
Do we have an executive session in between tonight or at the end?
No.
No,
At the end,
so we could go over.
we could. Do we have an executive session between?
I think on
Is it?
Right here.
Yeah.
We have 27 minutes, let's do it.
Okay, thank you. We thought this would be a good opportunity to check in with City Council on the status of the comprehensive plan update. We wanted to brief you on the community engagement activities that we've been working on and spending a lot of staff time on, and draft vision statement based on the visioning phase that we did in December and January, and also touch base with you on potential study issues and policy changes for each of the elements before we really dive into writing the draft policies. So here's where we are in the process. We have been focusing on community engagement. We're working on the comprehensive plan element policy changes. We'll really start focusing on those this summer. And next, by December 2024, we need to City Council needs to adopt the final plan. As far as community engagement goes, there was a consultant that developed the community engagement plan. We went over that with you before. We've been in the process of implementing the plan based on their recommendations. We've been really trying to involve people who have not been traditionally involved in the process and meeting them, really going out into the community and meeting people where they're at. And your staff memo really goes into detail about the number of participants that have been participating in the surveys, and we've had focus groups for the different elements: sustainability, climate, and environment. That's a new title we're going to recommend for the environment chapter. Parks element, housing and human services, land use and transportation elements. And we also have been preparing informational handouts and translated materials, busy with presentations to community groups, and many of the citywide events that we've had, and tabling at the community events. We worked with, I really enjoyed working with the two classes at Lake Washington and Waukeeta High School. And we held our visioning event, or visioning phasing in December and January of this year. So just to give you an idea of who we have been reaching as far as our focus group participants, we have really been trying to focus on our priority populations, but we still have the focus group members really aged from 25 to 65 in age, and most of them are, 80% are white and 20% of the BIPOC community. So it's still challenging. We're still working on building relationships with, our diverse community. And this chart here, let's see if I can do this. This really shows how our community, how Kirkland has really become more diverse since 2000. And we've got about 31% of residents of color in 2020. So it really shows what we are, seeing in our community. Of the 40 focus group participants that chose to answer the income question, 75% reported income of 100% or more, and 25% incomes less than 99%. So we're still, getting the same participants that we have in our previous long-range planning projects. We have seen improvement of almost 30% representation from LGBTQIA+ community. As far as income, this just graphically shows the survey participants by income level. Still really higher income participating in the surveys. So we know we have a lot more work. We want to touch base with you on any ideas you have for additional community engagement. Here's what we have planning going forward. More community events at the, tabling at the farmers market, the City Hall for All event in the fall. We're going to be starting on economic development element outreach. So we're going to be partnering with the city manager's economic development staff in that effort. And we'll be picking that up in August through October. So forming a full focus group of representatives from the community, business community, and partner organizations in the city, survey, a lot of the same outreach that we've been doing for the other elements. So if you have ideas of folks to contact in the business community, that would be great. But we'll be starting to recruit for the focus group members for that. We'll do additional tabling events. And we're working with Imagine Housing. Hopefully we can put together an open house or forum with them. But those, we're still in the early stages of talking with them about that. So that's not a done deal, but we hope that moves forward. And so the focus there would be on housing and human service policy direction. We will have open houses on the draft plan next year. The goal is to have a public hearing in April with final with the Planning Commission prior to the City Council study session on that and final adoption. And also we're kicking off the Juanita and Kingsgate neighborhood update. So that'll be great. We'll, coordinate on that. And then also where we can, we're coordinating with the transportation master plan update. So I guess with that, I'd like to just, I guess it would be nice to pause there and see what other ideas you have for community engagement. We're we're spending a lot of time on that. We certainly, we're trying to think of all the different new ideas for that. So
let's start with Councilman.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. What you doing, Kelly? You steal all my great ideas. Well, thank you for this. I really appreciate, as my colleagues do, the intentionality of really trying to reach out in particular to folks who are facing the participation of local government. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate that continued effort. I've seen that more and more in the work that we do and the outreach that we do, and that kind of spreading to all the different departments. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Would love for us to continue growing that. When I think about a comprehensive plan, I really think about how future looking it is, right? And so in particular, I really appreciate the youth component that you have in here, that we spoke with the youth council and some of the classes at the local high schools. Apologies if you mentioned this, but if you could speak first about a little bit more about the classes at the high school. And kind of was that like an AP class, or was that just a general education class at the school, or just trying to get a sense of who we've captured as far as our youth?
One of the classes was a civics class. And then the other class was people with, learning English. So, and what we did is we worked with the teachers to see what the students were interested in, focusing on. And one of them chose transportation, mobility as their project. And then the other class on parks, recreation, and needs in the city. And then also on affordable housing. Yeah, and you heard a little bit of that earlier.
Thank you. So I think of the youth component when I'm thinking forward thinking, right? Like the next generation who will be or working somehow exist in our city. And I also think about folks who currently can't afford to live here as a really big component, particularly out on the housing piece. And I know this is feedback that we gave during the the stationary plan outreach as well, is how can we be intentional about accessing and reaching out to folks who don't live here, maybe spend some time here. They could be folks who work here, and maybe this is under the economic development and kind of focus group and outreach bullet that you have there, but reaching out not just to business owners and managers, things of that nature, but like the everyday folks that work in our city and make our city run and the economy of the city run, who may or may not want to live in Kirkland in the future, to get their vision and not just folks who currently are able to live in our city. And that may be more than just youth and folks who work in our city but aren't able to live here yet. Maybe there's folks who choose to not live or work in our city yet because the commute is too long where they can afford to live. And so I know that's a little messy and complicated, but would love to see more intentionality around that.
So one of the things that we've been doing in all our surveys, we've been using the same demographic questions, and we ran those by Erica Moscordo to make sure that they were aligning with other surveys. So one of the questions we ask is, do you currently live in Kirkland? Do you want to live in Kirkland but can't afford to? Do you work in Kirkland? It's a check all that apply. And one of the reasons we've done that is that we can aggregate the data across those groups. So if council desired to see the opinions of people that want to live in Kirkland but can't afford to, we could show you that. If you want to see the data from people that work in Kirkland but don't live in Kirkland, we could show you that too. So if that's an interest, I think it'd be helpful for us to hear kind of the different data sets you're interested in so that we can give you that raw information across the different groups. But we've been really intentional about asking some of those questions with options to not respond so that we can try to break it down as you move through the policymaking process. For those.
Yeah, that's really helpful. I guess then my initial data that I'd like to see is just what that proportion is of folks who live, work, whatever, just to get a sense of like how many folks we're speaking to and where we're reaching them, right? Like, is there some sort of bias in how we're reaching them, or is it really representative who may want to live here in the future? So that would be, I guess, my initial set of questions. But that's awesome. I'm so glad you're back.
Yeah, good.
That is.
Thank you. So I do want to acknowledge the staff, Lindsay's in the room, that have been doing the tabling, and everybody's been doing a great job. When we're tabling, what is the action that we're requesting people to do? I know we're providing them information. Are we asking them to take a survey when they're in that spot, or they leave with something? What's happening?
Yeah, we usually have a QR code for the current survey that's up and running. We also have a postcard. Please sign up for the listserv on the K2044 webpage. It's kind of challenging to have people sit there and take a survey right there. So those are the key things that we're trying to do.
Okay, because that is what I worry about, is we connect with people and we hand them something and they leave, and I do it myself and it goes in the garbage can by the time I get home. Do we take notes with our conversations with people?
We haven't been, but I think that's a good idea. We certainly could have note cards or something that they just, quickly.
So we can
Right out.
capture them when we're engaging with them. One of the things that I'm missing, because I have two young adults that are in their twenties, is that demographic. And we do have a few colleges in town, Northwest University, Lake Washington Institute of Technology. I think it would be great if we tabled there and if we reach out to those communities, it would be super helpful. The other things I'm thinking about is meeting people where they are in their day-to-day, such as parks, recreation classes, the swimming pool. Would be a great place to capture people that are in all phases of life. Oh, and the crew, you know, one of the things that I would love, and we've talked about it, Amy and I have talked to Councilmember Falcone and I have talked about it, is creating an equity cabinet so that we are building that relationship with people and going back. We just recently finished our Kirkland Initiative program, and those are great people that we can reach out to and that they can reach out into their communities. So they can be our beginning of an equity cabinet. So I would reach out to them too. And then the other thing is just faith-based communities, reaching out to the faith network and churches and so forth. I think that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize, I forgot one of my notes. Also would love to see information on how we're intentionally reaching out to folks, community members with disabilities as well, with various types of disabilities. That's really important for our future, being truly accessible and inclusive. I mean, we can say that we are, but I really it's very important to center those perspectives in that. And then also want to just follow on to our previous discussion around folks who live here, that we work here. I would love to see a focus group for some of those folks too. I know we're doing a series of focus groups that we can reach out to unions, you know, that have workers in the city, or I don't know, some other mechanism to directly reach out to focus groups.
Good.
Councilor Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to emphasize the point about folks who work in Kirkland but can't afford to live here. That's really a key demographic that I really want us. Obviously, it's not the only key demographic, but for me, it's one of the most important. We talk about in our vision or in our study, some of our study topics about complete city, and we also talk about complete neighborhoods. But when I think about a complete city, we're talking about a city where we actually have places where people who actually work here and make our city great. There's a place for them to live too. So that's a complete city to me. And so if that's our vision, I want to make sure that we are as Councilmember Falcone already said, that we're reaching out to those groups. But Allison, you asked what's one of the breakout groups that I'd really like to see? I'd really like to see what those folks are saying about us, our vision for a complete city where they can work where they or live where they work. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Nixon.
Well, I've just been pondering on this different categories of folks, demographics. And we talked about reaching out to people who would like to live in Kirkland but can't afford to live here. And I would be interested in hearing from people who can afford to live in Kirkland but choose not to, and why. What would they want us to change about Kirkland so that they would want to live in Kirkland? It's more just a curiosity on my part as anything. But I always like to hear from people who have opinions. That's why when I read these surveys, I tend to focus on the free-form answers, because that's where you really get to understand what people are concerned about and find the actionable things. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Go ahead.
Oh, one more thing, Madam Mayor. I share your curiosity. For me, I think it would mainly be curiosity, because I think we'd find some really interesting answers to that question. But one thing I noticed is Imagine and Imagine Housing as part of our outreach. We have Attain. Do we have Attain in Kirkland?
Oh yeah, there's several properties in Kirkland.
When I see Imagine, I think Attain, and when I see Attain, I think Imagine. Maybe those shouldn't be coupled together in my mind, but they are. So when we talk about maybe doing outreach to Imagine, I think about doing outreach to Attain too.
Yeah, and Attain residents tend to be shorter term because it's transitional housing mostly. Imagine housing tends to be longer term. But is King County Housing Authority properties on that as well, like Kirkland Heights?
Yeah.
Or Plum Court? Yeah.
I'm gonna suggest we maybe pass on the vision statement and go to some of the issues, because we're gonna be, the vision statement's gonna be a work in progress for a while. But I wanna make sure that we get a chance to hear from you if there's missing things in the element.
Okay.
So on the vision statement, would you like us to just email any edits we have, or how do you want to?
Yeah, I think we'll be bringing it back a couple times to council. So yeah, I think send me your comments.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to, we know it's long and we don't want to get into wordsmithing. Just to know your priorities to include, that would be good.
I just want to say, I like what Kelly has proposed. And I have some further proposals to tighten up the language. Would you be okay for us to assume that Kelly's language is the base and send you edits based on hers?
Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, that's fine. Did you email it to us?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so we appreciate your additional ideas for community engagement. We will work on those because we still have a lot of opportunities, for the rest of the process. But we also at the same time are going to get, heads down and start working on the actual elements and policy changes. So in your packet, we have a list of the potential study issues and tentative potential policy changes for each element. So I have them on slides if you want to go element by element, or I know there's a lot there to chew on, but I guess what we'd like to know, these are the lists that we have in your packet. I have slides for each element, but I guess what we'd like to know is, is there anything additional that we, in addition to the list? So how would you like to go through this? Just
I think we can go slide by slide.
slide by
Oh,
slide?
okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that? And then you
Slide by slide.
okay. Okay, so a lot of words here. Land use element. What's that? Oh, move that down. Okay, good. So land use element.
I didn't see it in there, but it's the bridle trails.
Bridal trails discussion pending your prediction.
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks for
I think we've hinted at what we're gonna do.
that. Did Mara.
Okay.
Okay, a couple of things here on land use. When Angela mentioned the Twin Lake Connector Bridge, I've been on it a couple of times. Oh my God, storage facilities throughout. I'm like, just, I think we need a strategy here. I know they're non-conforming uses, but we need something that's all in that says, we're gonna look at legislation, we're gonna look at policies, we're gonna look at zoning, we're gonna look at everything we can do to make better use of those facilities. And it may even be partnerships, because I know the economics make it hard to say that this is something that's gonna change on its own, but the locations are prime for housing, and I think we need a strategy there. The second thing I'd like to see in as we're looking at land use is, I'm wondering if this is an opportunity for the wireless facilities follow-up that we talked about. We did the first stage of that. We said we wanted to do future work, but we never talked about it. So that was my.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Okay, I got a lot. So strategies for citywide affordable housing requirements. I think we need to be be more prescriptive about that is affordable housing as in 0 to 120% AMI. And in that conversation, what we were referring to earlier was the discussion of housing overlays throughout the city, and Carmack is an example where we don't have an affordable housing requirement. We should add it. Bridle Trails was mentioned. I have strategies to support small businesses, and I'm thinking along that. The difficult conversation we're having about pedestrianizing Park Lane, and is that helpful to businesses or not? So that kind of conversation. Potential density increases in existing commercial oriented sites along transit corridors. As this is not an original thought, we've all heard this from a number of stakeholders, but as we look at the potential TOD bill, it's really clear that the conversation is becoming around environmental justice, and is it right to put low income housing on along transit corridors? So I think we need to talk it more about transit walk sheds and where we can put housing so that people can access transit, not just cram low income housing along bus routes. Explore appropriate uses and densities on sites such as the Houghton Shopping Center. I'm not comfortable calling out the Houghton Shopping Center. I would refer to that as small residential shopping centers. Houghton is not the only small shopping center. Increasing in public access to Lake Washington. I think it's not just increasing, but it's improving access to Lake Washington and other natural areas. I struggled with complete city, or perhaps focus more on complete neighborhoods. I like complete city. Updates to incorporate new legislative requirements. I think that part of this is not just reacting to legislative requirements, but advocating for legislative requirements. So influencing and advocating legislative requirements. And I had protect natural green areas, but I moved that to below. So that's it. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, we received, or at least I received, I assume we all received it, Aaron, a letter earlier today on behalf of Livable Kirkland that really intrigued me because I don't think I had seen this math before. But this idea of the ratio between capacity for new jobs and capacity for new housing units. And that as we increase the capacity for jobs, we should be committed to increasing the capacity for housing units to match so that we're not creating jobs without creating the housing to accommodate it. Is that something that's under consideration now? Is that math that we see at some point?
It's part of the capacity analysis.
We'll see it as part of the capacity analysis. I think that what we can work to try to add nuance to is that, for example, in the station area where we've added a lot of capacity, many of those parcels, almost all of those parcels are zoned for either housing or commercial. So they're mixed use. There's an option in there. So the capacity, it's not what, like the capacity numbers aren't what we will get eventually. It will be some mixture of the two, but I think it's a great point. It's a great question. I think that we need to do some more work to figure out how to tell that story to you a little better.
Yeah, I'm completely in favor of that idea of making sure that we maintain a balance and improve the balance. Because as the letter said, that really seems to be a driver of unaffordability.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Councilman Buckman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm glad that I went third because a lot of my points were already covered. We talk a lot about affordable housing. We need a lot more affordable housing. We also want and need more sustainable development as well. And so just to pile on to Councilman Curtis's comment earlier about looking at some sort of overlay or streamlined process for affordable housing, something similar for sustainable building.
And to just pile on to that, the design review element of affordable housing needs to be really streamlined. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just, I was going to save my comment on that component to the housing element, but yes, I just want to add my voice to looking for the ways that in our, that are germane to our comprehensive plan that we can reduce any unnecessary. I want to draw a distinction between those that are necessary from a policy standpoint, that those that are unnecessary, but those that are unnecessary or no longer serving their purpose, especially with our overall goals for affordable housing. So if there's things of that nature, I was actually curious. I had the same comment that Councilmember Curtis did about the Houghton Shopping Center. I wondered if there was a reason that the staff had that in there, and if it meant Houghton Plaza or the Houghton. Was there a lot of thought that went into that reference to Houghton Shopping Center?
I think we meant Houghton Village because.
The
right,
Houghton Village, the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's why it was called out, is because it's that very unique parcel.
Right, we're
Houghton
doing
Village.
a lot of public engagement around.
Yes,
this,
got it. Okay. So, but I don't, so I guess it might be relevant but I think we need to, I think we can clean it. It's a memo, so it's not, doesn't matter now, but for the listening audience, we were really talking about Houghton Village. And, I will, we use the term complete city here in our land use element to talk about our infrastructure components and all that. I'm going to start using that regularly to refer to the type of community that I want Kirkland to be. And that's the one I referenced, 15, 20 minutes ago in my comments. This is combined with our land use elements and our housing elements. It's a comprehensive look at having that city that, everyone who works here can live here. So thanks.
Okay, further discussion? Next element.
Okay. Housing, maybe have repeated, some of the things that you've brought up, touched on here. So between land use and housing. So is there anything you see here that?
Councilmember Curtis?
Yeah.
Most of my comments also fit into land use. The only thing I'll add is it says encourage more middle housing and compliance state requirements. I just felt like it should say encourage more middle housing and other creative housing types. We are also stuck on missing middle housing, yay, but there's other opportunities.
And it's becoming less and less available.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Comments on here about form-based code, is that in housing, like in our neighborhood centers, or is there form-based code for our residential areas as well?
So initially, the station area plan was going to include form-based code for the lower density neighborhoods within the study area. And we ended up pushing that off because to do so in only one section of the city of low density housing proved to be quite complicated relative to the benefit. And so what we did at that time was decide to push it off and ask the council if you wanted us to explore something like a form-based code for citywide for lower density residential zones.
Great, that sounds really interesting.
We do that a little bit with middle housing too, right? Today, right? You get a building footprint, a building square footage allowance, you can chop it up into as many units as you want almost.
Yeah. And the other thing that occurred to me, while we're spending a lot of time allowing people to go do the middle housing pieces, for the folks that choose to go, to build the mega house, I want to just think about that too. And I'm wondering if there's a way to do middle housing ready or ADU ready requirements, so that if someone is building a big house, that there are requirements that in the future could be turned into different.
Anything else on how? Next
Okay.
element.
And then sustainability, climate and environment element, that's what we're thinking about for the new title. Instead now it's just environment. So really combining all those strategies and policies. So anything that if you see that's not there.
First bullet on grid policy. Is this about dealing with the situations like we dealt with at City Hall where we wanted to electrify things and we found out that due to Sun Energy's capacity we were basically maxing out. Is that what this is about? Kind of building a strategy about understanding that? Or is there something else here?
Yeah, I think that's right. Just looking at our capacity for that.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you.
we did a lot of good work on sustainability, high performance building codes, green factor, and the station area plan. And I'd like to see how we can incorporate those concepts into this section and look at what kind of overlays we could do, requirements. And I brought this up in the station area plan. We always put trees in parks or recreation, and I always feel strongly that they need to be in the sustainability piece. So that bullet is under parks and recreation, preserve and enhance the tree canopy. I would move that to sustainability and add to it and other open spaces for carbon capture. And that was it. Thank you. Said more on the next one.
Okay. Looks recreation.
Open space.
All right.
Kirk.
So in the pros plan, we have, well, you do say that you're gonna approve the pros plan. We have a gap analysis that I think really needs to be part of this comp plan. Where we're missing park space, what improvements we need to do. And then well, no, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate having the improved ADA accessibility at parks. I mean, I know we say that we want to be more than just ADA accessible. We want to be truly inclusive, and we're certainly demonstrating that with a lot of our recent park development that we've been doing. So I'd love to see that incorporated in here as well. That's something else that I forget. So you want to say it later?
And I forgot. So my other one was Green Kirkland restoration work, the expansion. What is our goal for that? How we want to improve our environment.
Okay.
Okay.
Next, human services.
All of it.
Anything new? Anything new to add or addition to the thoughts there?
Going.
All right, moving on. Public services element. Really how we talk about, working with the school district on improving capacity.
Yeah, that looks right out of the
So-
stationary plan.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I know you spent a lot of time on that. Utilities element. And we are working with, other representatives from the other departments on this and the partner organizations and agencies. So, okay, moving on. Capital facilities, just update to incorporate the long range capital and transportation projects. You will have a update on the transportation master plan update, I think in early October, right? So, and with that, we're working closely with Transportation Division on updating the master plan, which will incorporate many of the outcomes there will be incorporated into transportation element. Yes.
Thank you. Can you just refresh my memory? And I apologize just mention this a lot of information on the boards and commissions role and each of these, do these bullet points go through each commission? The
Yes.
Transportation Commission will review this. The Services Commission already reviewed those bullet points.
Yes, they have received, in most cases, we have done a briefing with them or we will go back to them and show, we'll have a second review with them on the draft plan or policies. Yes, so, yeah. And economic development element, we will, the city manager's office, economic development group has been working on a strategic action plan or really defining what the current activities that they do and efforts. And so we're working closely with them and we'll incorporate some of those, the key goals that they do now into the element. We want to add policies to support women and minority-owned businesses, and other DEIB belonging goals, working closely with Erica and looking at the 5-year roadmap. And then also, I meant to, just a reminder that, we had the equity review report from Eco Northwest that went through and made recommendations for policy changes for each of the elements. So we're automatically looking at those too. We are going to be doing a survey for economic development for businesses and people that work in Kirkland and home businesses. And then also the city manager's office is going to be doing a home occupation survey as well. So we're coordinating with all of that with them on this whole effort. And an outcome of that will be looking at the home occupation regulations in the zoning code for suggested changes to make them more flexible. So any other, I took notes about the employees. So yeah.
Urban farming.
Oh, urban farming. Oh, I think that is really talking about growing produce in the city, and perhaps, like roasting coffee, craft products, producing products in the city. And sometimes those are more focused in the industrial areas of the city, but should we allow more of them in the retail and commercial areas? I think that's kind of the issue. And or neighborhoods, for that matter, small coffee shops in neighborhoods, things like that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you mentioned on here, home-based businesses.
Yes.
When I hear that, I think of something potentially close to like different from like corner stores or etc. And so can we have that here too, or clarify what we mean by home-based businesses? I want to ensure that we're not just thinking of somebody who's working in their home and working out of their home. That's something that could actually be like a sidewalk-facing, street-facing business that people could walk into. But different things. So I want to make sure that that's captured here. Also see parking for retail. Looking at parking for retail. Are we also looking at parking for restaurants as well? It's like, that's something that I think we should look at as well. All the stories of those restrictions and what has or hasn't happened because of that. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Community character.
I wasn't sure how to say that, but we don't have a crystal ball, and the work environment has changed, and now we have empty office buildings because so many people are spending most of their time working from home. So I'm just trying to figure out how we address the future of the workforce. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
No. Here comes AI.
Good question.
That also relates to housing too, right? We think of like, I'm not gonna remember the term, but like the rapid redevelopment or whatever of like the office spaces, like housing or other types of uses. I think it's something we should be prepared for. And anyway, I know it's already, but I keep thinking of my other point and then forgetting it. On the back.
We'll be here all night.
You will. I word.
And then community character elements, which we've all agreed that we need to look for a different name for that, to describe really what that's all about, protecting our historic buildings, but also incorporate recommendations from the equity review of the comp plan, which we will throughout the whole comp plan, and revise, incorporate more accurate recounting of history of discrimination and Kirkland's native history, and also revise the language to be more inclusive. Explore renaming the element, identify ways to celebrate the native history and culture through landscape design and protection and our special sites in Kirkland, and review historic preservation policies. So.
You know, I like all of this. I don't also want to leave out more recent history. I don't want to risk one in order to pay attention.
Yes. Okay.
That's our next.
So something I was kind of looking for, but I don't think I saw, but maybe just didn't get into the bullets, is mental health, drug addiction, our MHP and community responder programs, community resource officers, our homeless outreach. You know, where do we address the community concerns about public drug use, public homelessness, occupation of public spaces? Is that a human services thing? Is that a public safety thing? Is it both? It didn't seem like we had a public safety element, did we?
Yeah, it's public services.
It falls under that. It wasn't
Well,
directly addressed as one of these bullets.
You know, that's a good question where it should live, whether it's more human services. So, yeah.
But
we can
I don't
talk
know,
about
I don't
that.
remember the extent to which the comprehensive plan addresses this area.
Right.
And it probably should, right? Because it's a challenge that we're going to continue to face.
Yeah.
It's probably a very multidisciplinary topic, right? So I mean, you think about like designing public spaces, right? To make them accessible to people, but not a place that makes a lot of people feel uncomfortable as well. So, and then there's also, the human services component as well. So it's a good topic. We'll give some thought to that, but I think it's probably pops up in multiple elements.
You know, I'm thinking like, what services should the city provide? What services should we depend on the county or the state to provide? How do we involve the private sector in providing these, and the nonprofit sector in providing the services to, you know, help people improve their situations, whatever it is?
Yes, that's a really good point.
Pile on to that, I think, particularly since it's a huge goal area for us and has been for years now. That's our problem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just, yes, I agree, Director Weinstein, that it'll be under multiple of these areas here, and thank you for adding the services. When I think of affordable housing and that 0 to 30% AMI, and the portion that's going to need to be for supportive housing, which is going to be those types of services as part of that. So let's also back to that.
Great.
Well, very good. Thank you so much.
Okay,
that concludes.
Thank you.
My presentation. Thank you.
We have to go upstairs.
Yes, we have family time.
Carl.
Oh, is it? Garlic.
The garlic is here. You get a test for theory.
We'll find out.
It's more than-
Yeah.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session with a special joint meeting with the Planning Commission, a 2044 comprehensive plan status update, and a phase 1 review of the 2022-2024 community initiated amendment requests. We are at communications in our agenda. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters that are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none this evening. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items from the audience period, please sign up using the online QR code or the online public comment instruction link, or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Community members will be called in the order in which they signed up. Items from the audience is an important part of our meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not clap or applaud after a speaker or express your disagreement with a speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome, expressing their viewpoints regardless of the content. Because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. With that, I'll turn it over to the city clerk for public comment.
Our first 3 speakers are Chad Vaculin, who is virtual, followed by Susan Papalardo and Deirdre Dewan Johnson.
Is Chad virtual?
Yes.
Okay.
We're promoting him.
We don't have anything except conference monitor on our screens.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Vaculin.
There he is. Yeah, I think we can hear you.
Oh, hello. Are we in public comment right now? I haven't heard anything. Sorry.
We are in public comment, and you are the first speaker.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor Sweet and council members. My name is Chad Vacuum with the Housing Development Consortium, and we convened the Eastside Affordable Housing Coalition, which is a coalition consisting of 30 plus organizations addressing the housing crisis in Kirkland and the Greater East Side. We appreciate the care that's really been put into the station area plan, and especially Kirkland's history in targeting housing policies for low-income households. Our coalition's technical advisory committee has closely followed the policy conversation, and we're really aligned with almost all of the Planning Commission's recommendations, including the numerous development incentives in the station area, such as the significant increase in development capacity, lower parking requirements, establishing a form-based code, and a planned action ordinance. However, we believe that this is a unique opportunity to bring more homes that are affordable to Kirkland by slightly increasing the affordability requirement. Our letter goes into a little bit more detail, but I would just like to highlight a few factors. Number one, we believe that the public should share in the benefit from some of the value that's created from an increase in development capacity, and failing to raise the affordable housing requirement would mean there's a really good chance of missing out on capturing additional value over the 20-year development plan. Affordable housing developers will also face disproportionate challenges due to the increased land value in the station area. And we think that the city should ensure that more affordable homes are developed through its land use policy to meet the housing needs of its residents. State law, as you know, makes it pretty difficult to raise the housing requirement in the future, although we could reduce it at a later date. And real estate markets are cyclical, and relying solely on current economic conditions, we don't believe is the best practice when developing policy that will last forever. And the city should consider market cycles at least over the 20-year development timeline of the station area. Developments are challenged right now because of market conditions, not by affordability requirements. And in fact, the feasibility analysis by Bay Area Economics showed that the upzone, along with new affordable requirements, improve the feasibility of projects over the current code. And lastly, Kirkland's housing needs are by far greatest for the lowest income households. So I'm talking about the childcare workers, the paraprofessionals who work in our schools, service workers, and others who can't afford to live where they work. And our view is that the city should structure its policies accordingly. And after considering all these factors and the analysis of Arch and its consultants, we believe Kirkland can capture additional value for affordability in zones with heights above 65 feet. In summary, we urge this council to adopt greater affordability requirements in the station area, which we think can strike a balance between value created by zoning changes and affordability for low-income households. So thank you for this opportunity to speak, and we look forward to future partnership to meet the housing needs of Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. And who's up?
Our next speaker is Susan Papalardo, followed by Deirdre Dewan Johnson and Doug Ruff. They are all on site.
Welcome, Susan.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sweet and Deputy Mayor Arnold and council members. My name is Susan Papalardo, and I'm the co-founder and president of Splash Forward, and we advocate and support new public aquatic facilities in our community. And I've been serving on the PFAC. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the Parks Measure. And I want to thank you all for your diligence and your thoughtful inquiries and your assessment over the past few months for the Parks Measure. And I want to just speak on behalf of support. I really believe the time is now for this Parks Measure for several reasons. I think the PFAC was very representative of a diverse group of people in the community, and where there was difference of viewpoints, the majority did favor moving forward in this calendar year. I think we should trust the process, and that process goes all the way back to 2015 with the first attempt, and the PROS plan in 2022, last year, the PFAC process and your feasibility study. The need is well defined for an aquatics facility, and I think the community and the parks needs, the community will support where there is something for everyone. With the taxpayer cost, I think it's justified. I'll just shout out that $232 per assessed per 1 million assessed home value. Equivalencies are akin to signing up your child for a summer camp. For the cost of less than the cost of private membership at a aquatic facility or a gym. Maybe less than subscriptions that people have to things like Netflix. But with the decrease in home assessed value, I think you need to look at the larger picture, and I think we'll be there to help support the community's understanding of this need, and as well as the affordability for the future, right? There's a huge, tremendous amount of growth. Since 2015, in your notes, I saw that there's been a 12.1% increase in population since then. It's going to continue to grow, and we need to serve our communities. And if we don't start now and build the momentum for doing things for the community, arguing whether it's too fat or not is a moot point when you look at the specific need that we have. And when you go to the Peter Kirk pool and you see the full range of learn to swim that happens in the community, you can just see that we're not serving the full community's need with the tremendous wait list that we have. So thank you for your consideration, and we fully support your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Our next speaker is Deirdre Dewan Johnson, followed by Doug Ruff and Kurt Dresner.
Welcome, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Council, for this opportunity. My name is Deirdre Dewan Johnson. I live in South Rose Hill. I would like to ask you for your help. I'm sure that you're all very familiar with Kirkland's ordinances regarding ADUs and DADUs. Longtime residents like me have been assured that the rules regarding middle housing would not be any less restrictive than traditional housing regulations regarding FAR, lot coverage, setbacks, etc. So I want your help to understand, with the existing Kirkland ordinances regarding fences, setbacks, and required yards, how a second massive 6-foot-tall wooden fence could be built just 15 inches behind my own existing 6-foot wooden back perimeter fence, well within the required yard and the 10-foot setback of the ADU. How can this be? I'd asked the out-of-town builder, Solo 51, about using landscaping and vegetation as national and aesthetically pleasing screening, and he said, "These are condominiums. These people are not going to water the plants. These $3 million plus condos don't have a sprinkling system. A setback of 15 inches between two tall fences does not allow for any landscaping at all and presents a real set of problems. How to deal with the weeds within this inaccessible 15 strip of yard abutting my own. So instead of trees and hedges, we have to look at a hideous towering wooden fence on top of another wooden fence. An 11-foot-tall mass of rudimentary wooden planks rising up above my organic vegetable garden. The encroaching placement of these fences preclude any natural landscaping for screening, trellising, or reduction of the bulk and mass. These fences have a substantial detrimental effect on my abutting property. Please note, a small section of the secondary wood fence, which is set back just 5 feet from my fence, blocks the headlights from cars which now park 5 feet from my back property line, directly facing into my second-story bedroom window in violation of the glare ordinance. The rear-facing garage with transparent glass garage doors also casts glare at my property. Rear-facing garages would make sense if we were on alleyways. Interesting, when the AADU had an illegally long awning that protruded into the setback, we pointed out to the planning department and the awning was removed. I hope you can direct the city manager or city attorney to enforce the rules about setbacks, required yards, and fences and correct this problem. This is Kirkland. If we are all hoping that ADUs are going to help solve Kirkland's housing problems, we must stand by Kirkland's ordinances to protect existing residents and our lovely homes from opportunistic builders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Our next speaker is Doug Ruff, followed by Kurt Gresner and Dan Landis.
Welcome, Mr. Ruff.
Thank you. My name is Doug Ruff. I'm chair of the Juanita Neighborhoods Association. A recent University of Washington study estimated that in order for having all traffic at freeway speeds during all hours using general lanes, there would need to be 27 lanes on I-405 in both directions. Among the problems with 54 lanes on I-405, which is 30 miles long, is that the need to change lanes in Bothell to legally exit at I-90. And changing lanes causes accidents, which in turn causes slowdowns. Plus, you have inevitable car accidents and associated injuries. That's a cost that's often overlooked. So, adding dozens of general I-405 lanes does not solve traffic problems. You need a different solution. Adding just 1 mile of one new 405 lane is about the same cost as the new Totem Lake Bridge. Without that bridge, the CKC is not a viable alternative for 405 for Totem Lake folks. With the bridge, it is. Quick math, about 50 new lanes, 30 miles, that's 1,500 bridges. And it doesn't provide a viable alternative. One bridge does. Just yesterday, I took my bike over the bridge and I saw 2 near accidents below me that I was safe from, as well as everyone else on the bridge. Don't let anyone tell you that the Totem Lake Bridge is not worth the cost. Similarly, the proposed Juanita Public Pathway, which we propose to connect to the cross-country corridor near the new bridge, is not only a viable way to reduce the need for new lanes on 405, but it also helps protect Juanita High School students and Keller Elementary students and other people from car accidents. It's safer and a healthier way to travel, and it provides a recreation alternative. It connects a billion dollar software company, Google, to a $1 billion computer hardware company, IonQ. The city of Bothell says they will, quote, finish the Juanita Public Pathway, potentially connecting it to the Burke-Gilman and Sammamish River trails if the city of Kirkland, quote, does their part. Every single person I talked to at the Totem Lake Bridging opening event, and everyone I talked to behind me, is very much in favor of the Juanita Public Pathway. The city has already agreed to study the benefits and costs of the Juanita Public Pathway. Don't let anyone tell you the Juanita Public Pathway is not worth the cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruff.
The next speaker is Kurt Dresner, followed by Dan Landis and Alex Zimmerman.
Welcome, Mr. Dresner.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kurt Dresner. I'm here tonight to voice my support for increasing the amount of housing in the comprehensive plan. I'm fortunate enough to own a home in Kirkland, but that's really just sheer luck. Both my wife and I are employed here in Kirkland. We have good jobs that pay well, but even with that, we needed help from our parents to purchase a home here. But today, even with 10 more years of saving and career development, there is no way we would be able to afford to live in our own neighborhood. I've raised both my kids in Kirkland, school, soccer, learning to ride bikes, all that stuff happened for them here in Kirkland. This is their home. And I'd like to think that if they wanted to, they could continue to live in Kirkland when they grow up. Presumably one of them might live in the home I currently own, but even with a really good paying job, I don't see how the other would ever afford a home here. In Kirkland, we have a tremendous housing debt. I'm not talking about the debt that individual homeowners have. I'm talking about the difference between how many jobs we have in Kirkland and how many homes we have in Kirkland. The primary reason a home costs so much here is that there are far more people who want to live here than there are homes to buy. Right now, for every 11 people who work in Kirkland, we only have 10 homes. Right now, buying a home here is like some cruel version of musical chairs. Aside from skyrocketing prices, this also means that the 11th person has to drive to qualify, causing more traffic, carbon emissions, and a multitude of other quality of life issues. What's truly frightening, however, is looking at the projections for the next 20 years. For every 10 jobs we add, we'll be building just about 3 homes. Think about that. We've got a tremendous housing debt, and our forecast is to run a devastating housing deficit for the next 20 years. So I just want to say I support a solution to expand the area in which we are adding housing. I live a leisurely 10-minute walk from 6th Street, where we have frequent transit service. I use the 255 bus to get to the airport, events in Seattle, and more. Our previous narrow focus on only adding housing right on top of transit really undercuts our ability to add enough housing to make a dent in our debt. It also forces all of those residents to live right on top of some of our busiest, loudest streets and roads. As Chuck Marone, the founder of Strongtown, says, no neighborhood should be exempt from change. No neighborhood should experience radical change. Allowing incremental increases in intensity within a 5 to 10-minute walk shed of transit will help us keep our housing debt in check, be more equitable, create more sustainable and diverse neighborhoods, increase transit ridership on our endangered bus lines, and make more efficient use of city resources. So to reiterate, I support expanding the area in which we are adding more housing in the comprehensive plan for the next generation and for the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dresner.
Our next speaker is Dan Landis, followed by Alex Zimmerman and Aaron Jacobson.
Welcome, Mr. Landis.
Madam Mayor and members of council, my name is Dan Landis, and I'm the Development Director of King County Housing Authority. I serve on the board of the Housing Development Consortium and am also a member of the Eastside Affordable Housing Coalition. The Housing Authority is a property owner in the 85th Street station area impacted by the rezone. We consider ourselves to be your partner in addressing affordable housing needs in Kirkland and have recently collaborated with the city on acquiring the Houghton Apartments and Village Plaza. We now own over 750 affordable units in the city, over 400 of which are rent subsidized. We're also building 96 new family-sized units as a part of our Kirkland Heights redevelopment. We look forward to future collaborations with the city, but we alone cannot hope to address all of the affordable housing needs in the city. I'm here to testify in support of the original staff recommendation for affordable housing requirements in the Northeast 85th Street station area. I appreciate the continued focus on affordability for households at or below 50% of area median income. According to HUD data, about 18% of the households in Kirkland have incomes below 50% of area median. 3/4 of these households are housing cost burdened, and the majority pay more than half of their income for rent. That's not sustainable. The reality is that there are virtually no units available to these households. The Kirkland Housing Dashboard shows that less than 3% of the housing stock in the city is affordable to households below 50%. For a city that strives to be welcoming and inclusive, it's important to consider who in your community needs affordable housing at 50% AMI. There are people working in health support occupations, building maintenance and groundskeeping, personal care and service jobs, and food preparation. They include families headed by people working for community and social service organizations, librarians, health technologists and technicians, office and administrative support workers, and those employed in transportation. In other words, they're people vital to maintaining a healthy community. When the city upzones property, as proposed in the Northeast 82nd Street station area, it increases the value of that property. The question to the city is, should all of that increased value be a windfall to the property owner, or should some of the added value be captured for public benefits? The opportunity to leverage public benefits, such as affordable housing, ends once the upzone is enacted. You will hear from others that trying to get public benefits in exchange for the added value the upzone creates will stifle development. The truth is that what is stifling development today are economic factors completely outside the control of the city. When Kirkland first instituted mandatory affordability in 2009, it was similarly in a poor market for housing production, and it took some time before production picked up. Since then, housing production in Kirkland has thrived, with over 3,000 units produced, including 235 permanently affordable units from mandatory zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Landis. I'm sorry your time is up.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Alex Zimmerman, followed by Aaron Jacobson and Tom Schaefer.
Hi. Yeah, this problem I have fixed it probably 10 or 15 years ago. You go to my alexforamerica.com website and look my salute to the nation. So everything fixed it very easy with housing. You don't want doing this, it's a different story. Because you're Nazi pig. Yeah. Sie Heil, my dirty, Nazi, Gestapo, fascist, a Democrat mafia. My name is Alex Zimmerman, and I live in the location for 35 years. I want to speak about problem that is absolutely critical. And in my generation, I never see like this before, not in one country on this planet. Democratic mafia right now support Iranian Muslim for work for government. Is this situation absolutely unique? Because we right now in real war with Iranian. An American soldier dying right now, and Democratic mafia include you guys, yeah, support him. Iranian man for government, you know what it means? And endorse him, yep. Situation very idiotic. No, it's a criminal situation, because in all civilized country around this planet, when somebody supports enemy with who we have a war, you're supposed to be going in jail. You're supposed to be going in jail in all countries. Law all identical. But situation so idiotic, is so absurd, you know what it means? Because I cannot understand, you never did this before with Russian or North Korean. Why are you doing this with Iranian? Why you support them? Why? It don't have not only a sense, it's a crime. Exactly. If war will be bigger, is this only beginning?
Mr.
Right
Zimmerman?
now, real war. Because Iranian
Mr.
together
Zimmerman?
with Russian supposed to be built.
Mr. Zimmerman.
What?
You cannot discuss your political opponent.
I don't discuss political opponent. I talk about war. War is not political opinion. And you support them. You personal in this list of endorsement. Yes, exactly. You are a criminal. No, I don't mention
Mr.
about
Dorman?
election or something this. I talk about simple point. When you support us enemy with who we in war, you are criminal. That's
Mr.
it.
Zimmerman, I'm going to ask you to sit down.
Why sit down? Why you always interrupt me? You're not alone. Every time what is I keep talking about, so America need be stopping this, you know what it means, and put people who support Iranian
Your comments are
terrorists
offensive and hateful.
No, why you interrupt me? I spoke about very serious problem
Please
because you
leave.
personal support them too.
Mr. Zimmerman, please leave the room.
Why I need leave to room? Why? Why you interrupt me all time when I
Because your
spoken
comments
about
are
Iranian
vile.
mafia? I am a Jew. I don't want when they bring atomic bomb to Israel or United States. I don't want this. What is you talking about?
Goodbye, Mr. Zimmerman.
Your next speaker is Aaron Jacobson.
A real Nazi pig. It's a war with Iran.
Welcome, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. What an act to follow. Good evening, council, staff, folks at home. I'm Aaron Jacobson. I wear many hats, but tonight I'm a renter who lives in the Lakeview neighborhood and a member of Livable Kirkland. About a year and a half ago, my partner and I were nearing the end of our lease for our apartment, and so we were looking around to see what we could move into, maybe find a nicer, bigger place for the same or a little bit more in cost. And we found what looked great, a 3-bed, 2-bath, right next to the Cross-Kirkland corridor. Well, it looked great until we talked with the property manager, and they said that they have to deal with water seeping in through the walls and ceiling whenever it rains really heavily, which of course in our area is about once a year. Because we don't like to move very often, I asked them whether they'd be willing to give a 2-year lease. They said yes, under the condition that it had an automatic rent hike built in. This was a landlord telling us that they wanted guaranteed rent increases for a building that was literally rotting and was going to get worse every year. They felt they could do that because of decisions that you and your predecessors made to restrict the supply of housing in the city and prevent other people from competing with them. Earlier this evening, staff presented a list of policies to consider as part of the comprehensive plan update. There's a lot to like in the list, from legalizing corner stores to missing middle housing to increasing public access to Lake Washington and other natural areas. But there's one key issue that you addressed somewhat in the study session that wasn't there on the original list, which is building enough housing to match the drastic jobs growth that the city is forecasting. As of right now, without any further changes, the city's plan is to allow for so little housing that we'll see 1 new home for every 2 or 3 new jobs that we see in the city. For context, the San Jose metro area, Silicon Valley, produced 3.19 new jobs for every new home they built between 2008 and 2018. That same statistic for San Francisco, 3.46. For our area, the Seattle metro, from 2008 to 2018, it was 1.43. So right now, the city is planning to do its part to make the housing crisis for the next 20 years worse than it was in the last decade. To prevent Kirkland from becoming the San Francisco of the Pacific Northwest, please plan for enough housing to match with the tremendous jobs growth that we are going to see as part of the comprehensive plan update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron.
Your next speaker is Tom Schaefer, followed by Barry Lavi and Tina Moody.
Welcome, Mr. Schaefer.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, and wanted to come to you tonight. We have a car project that we talked about earlier today in the study session, and wanted to ask for your support to let us go to phase 2. I've been involved in the Parmac area of Kirkland as a commercial real estate broker and also as a property owner in the last 29 years. And what's going on is that the buildings that were built when it was in basically King County before annexation into Kirkland are now becoming very functionally obsolete for what's going on in the marketplace. And we've seen some development from Toll Brothers, Quadrant, city developers that have now revitalized some residential usage in there. The Kirkland Connect, the CKC, the vision is good. It's a nice use for the railroad. And I think we have a project that could support that use, and we have enough economy of scale that we can create a nice environment for housing in the future. And I just hope that you'll take it into consideration and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Schaefer.
you.
Your next speaker is Barry Lavi, followed by Tina Moody and Jack McCullough.
Welcome, Mr. Lavi.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and City Council members. Similar to the other presenter, I have a car as well for a property that I own on 17th Avenue. My plans are to retire in a couple of years, and during COVID, I've done a lot of woodworking in my garage and in a friend's garage, and I plan to convert this property to a coffee shop and a woodworking shop. And I appreciate your support in moving this to phase 2 for my use in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tina Moody, followed by Jack McCullough and Kim Faust.
Welcome, Ms. Moody.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet and City Council members. My name is Tina Moody. I'm the owner of Absolutely Fabulous, located at 138 Park Lane. I come before you to discuss the potential closure of Park Lane and MIG's preliminary report. Since time is short, I will highlight my main concerns and hope to follow up with you all on other concerns and misrepresentations in the report that should be addressed. At the town hall, MIG brought forth their preliminary report. The city hired them to do two, I quote, help understand both the financial impacts to businesses and placemaking benefits for the community. In the report, no mention was made to the possible financial impact to the businesses. There was no report of the best practices to support the businesses if a closure was to happen, nor were there success stories listed as to other closed streets that have worked. Furthermore, there was little programming ideas or activation listed that would enhance the businesses. I would think the programming and activation of the lane was the most important aspect to envision a lane that works for both the businesses and the community, but yet we have only heard about workouts, farm dinners, or pop-up vendors, all which compete with existing businesses. They say existing businesses can move their merchandise into the lane. Not one retail business on the lane will move their merchandise out in the sun, rain, unattended. That simply won't happen. One of the most other concerning parts of MIG's report is they state one of their guiding principles is to incorporate Park Lane as part of a larger non-motorized connection to Kirkland Urban. So are we to assume the city will be coming for the additional 12 parking spots on the east end of the lane too, as well as the proposed 26, not 17, spaces that are currently 2 to 4 hours that will be lost if a closure is implemented? With a proposed budget of $2 to $4 million capital costs with upwards of $225,000 annual cost, I might mention this does not include the FTE costs. Has anyone figured out where this money is going to come from? I saw no mention of potential lost revenues the business may sustain to this budget or the cost to activate the lane. Are these not significant costs that should be added to the budget or taken into consideration? I believe the cost is just too high for something that has the potential to negatively impact
Ms.
every business.
Moody, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jack McCullough, and he's virtual. We are promoting him now. He'll be followed by Kim Faust, Katja Allen, and Jessica Clausen.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Jack McCullough. I'm going to do this in under a minute. I'm the land use attorney for Tom Schaefer, who you heard from 2 speakers ago. And we're just here to echo Tom's comments to ask you to support moving the Parmac CAR to phase 2. I think it's laid out in great detail, the Planning Commission and staff recommendations starting on page 28 of your agenda packet. It's consistent with various comprehensive plan policies, and we endorse the recommendation of the Planning Commission and staff to expand the area, if you deem that to be appropriate, to pull in the area connected to the CKC, and also to address the CAR within the broader context of the upcoming comp plan update. And I wanted to thank staff who we've been working with for the past year. It's been a great working relationship, and we look forward to moving on to the next phase of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough.
The next speaker is Kim Faust, followed by Katja Allen, Jessica Clausen, and Paul Edward Morris.
Hello, I'm Kim Faust. I'm president of Main Street Property Group, and I've explained our position in numerous letters, both to the Planning Commission and to the City Council. I'm also a resident of Kirkland. I understand the need for affordable housing in the city. And Main Street wants to help solve this. But there's a maximum extent at which a private developer can help solve affordable housing. We can help be part of the solution. I wish to address the comments that continue to come from those that keep referencing a flawed BAE arch model that I'm happy to walk anyone through. Bottom line is a realistic model shows that the Planning Commission has pushed to the maximum feasibility of development. Not now, but maybe in the future. I keep hearing it would be unfortunate to let this affordable housing opportunity get passed up. It would also be really unfortunate to have the stationary plan be passed with policy that produces no housing for an indefinite amount of time. That would be a missed opportunity and a waste of 4 years. We appreciate the need for housing below 50%, but a private developer is not feasibly able to be a solution at more than 10% of the units at 50%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Katja Allen, followed by Jessica Clausen and Paul Edward Morris.
Welcome, Ms. Allen.
Thank you. Council members, deputy mayor, and mayor, thank you for your time. I would like to speak in support of the staff proposed affordable housing minimums. I recall hearing from a multitude of community members that they were concerned about the proposed new heights in the station area. I think you heard from some of these community members as well. I feel that we made a deal with the community, and that in allowing for higher development in the neighborhood, we made a promise to get something in return, specifically a vibrant, walkable, inclusive, transit-oriented development and community, which includes affordable housing for all of the neighborhood workers. I do understand the current economic climate, and as such also support development of the catalyst projects in various forms, as were discussed in staff memos and earlier this evening, so that we can encourage early development in the area. I feel that not increasing our inclusionary housing requirements now may cost the neighborhood valuable, affordable housing units in the future. Finally, I was surprised to hear earlier this evening that the Carmack car, which was just commented on, was actually not in a zone which requires affordable housing, and suggest perhaps as an amendment to moving forward with the car to phase 2, that we should perhaps be able to include some type of study to include affordable housing in that section. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Allen.
Next speaker is Jessica Clausen, followed by Paul Edward Morris.
Hello, Mayor Sweet, council members. My name is Jessica Clausen. I represent Main Street Properties. In Kirkland, market rate housing developers are generally also your affordable housing developers, given your inclusionary policies. Market rate developers are the city's partners in housing and affordable housing production. If you pass the staff's recommended proposal that shuts down development, as all of the economic data shows, you not only shut down market rate housing, you also shut down affordable housing development in the stationary. I would love to be wrong, but the economic data supports this fact. Mr. Landis even stated that when you created inclusionary zoning at 10%, at 50% AMI, which is one of the lowest, most aggressive targets in the region, it took a while to get housing production, but finally Kirkland started getting housing production after a few years. With the housing crisis that we are in, taking a similar approach would be a terrible mistake. And the data does not say exactly when we might be in economic conditions such that 15% at 50% AMI would be feasible. And I would suggest that it is possibly never. This is the highest amount of affordable housing required by any jurisdiction in the state and possibly the nation, and it's really hard to check all of that, but you're getting close to it. It's unprecedented. We cannot wait 4 or 5 years for housing. We need it now, and we support the Planning Commission's recommendation, and we think it was very well reasoned. They got, as you listened to at the study session, they got very deep into the details and created a solution that creates a tiered approach possibly that could allow for additional AMIs so that it's not just 50% AMI and market rate, but other AMIs as well. It does, and most importantly, it does not shut down housing production at a time when we desperately need housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The last speaker signed up is Paul Edward Morris.
Good evening. I was invited to testify here before the council and our wonderful mayor here, Penny Sweet, in regards to support for automated external defibrillators placed at city parks and also all recreational facilities throughout the city. Ladies and gentlemen, I come before you as a volunteer for Pulse Point Respond, which is the smartphone app that you download to your phone, and it is an alert system for if somebody goes down in sudden cardiac arrest, it will alert you where you need to go to perform life-saving services for that person. I've been in Kirkland for a little under a quarter century here, and I know pretty much all the people here and before me. I am an instructor for American Heart Association, BLS, Heart Code, and Heart Saver for healthcare professionals. So it's a higher level than just pumping on the chest, and that's it. I want to share with you really quick. I just returned to this morning from Logan, Utah. Spent a week there, and I'm kind of a weirdo. I go around looking for AEDs. I mean, seriously, I want to see that at a sports venue that there is a PAD, a public access defibrillator, on site. Well, I pulled into the home of the Wolves, which is Green River High School there in North Logan, just randomly. And they were having 3 soccer games going on at the same time. Now, I being quite forward, I walked onto the field, tapped the coach on the shoulder and said, and this was unannounced, and there was an active game going on. Ladies and gentlemen, this was really cool. I tapped on his shoulder and I said, "Where's your defibrillator?" He goes, "I don't know." Seriously, that's how he responded, "I don't know." Then I asked his assistant coach, "Hey, where's the defibrillator?" He goes, "I don't know." And then I asked it too. I said, "Do you know CPR?" And they said, "No." Boy, I just got so anxious at that point. I said, "Do you have a medic tent?" And they said, "Yeah." I said, "Where?" And they said, "See that blue tent down there, way down the field?" I said, "Yeah, I see it." He might have an AED, I think, maybe. So I got in the truck and I drove all the way around. It was like a half a mile, I swear. And so I get to the medic tent, and there's this guy wearing Intermountain sports medicine cap and the same polo shirt. And I thought, wow, now I've hit pay dirt here. Seriously. He said, "Sir, what's your name?"
Mr. Morris, I'm sorry.
Yes, okay, let me just really quick. I'm really going to rush through here. I said, "Do you have a defibrillator?" He said, "Yes." "Do you know CPR?" "Yes." I said, "You're the only one here that knows CPR."
Okay,
please,
thank you, Mr.
let's
Morris.
get AEDs at parks and recreation centers, okay?
Thank you, Mr.
Please, please, please.
Thank you.
I'm serious about this. I'm passionate about heart-safe communities. Plus, let's get verified responders in Pulse Point, too.
Thank you.
Council, we have one additional sign up in the interim. It's Karina O'Malley, and she's virtual.
Okay. Ms. O'Malley, before you get started, can you tell me what you're going to address?
Oh, I just wanted to share some really interesting information about the rental market in Kirkland.
Okay.
And also, I've been having technical problems all night. So I'll send an email to Ms. Anderson later.
You look good now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak. I am Karina O'Malley, and I was really fascinated by the City Council packet today. It had great demographics of Kirkland, and I found out that more than a third of Kirkland residents are renters, and it made me wonder what percentage of the City Council are renters. I'm a little concerned that it might be a lot lower than a third. And so I wondered if anybody has gone through an apartment search recently. I've spent the last 2 years looking for apartments. So I'm familiar with the rental market in Kirkland. And one of the things I'd like to share with you, just so you have in your mind, because I saw in the packet also that Planning Commission had sort of said like an 80% AMI unit is, if you have 2 of those, that's the same as 1 at 50% AMI. Now, an 80% AMI unit, the maximum rent for it is like $2,100. And if I'm looking for a $2,100 one-bedroom apartment in Kirkland, I can find one. I just went on Zillow, there's like 50 listings. The market is taking care of that. Literally, if you are making 80% AMI, and I can help you find an apartment, you don't need to be an Arch. Honestly, there are apartments out there. Now, if you are at 50% AMI, that is like $1,300 in rent, and there's nothing out there. There's some eco flats, but they don't even have kitchens, and they're like, 180 square feet, and they go really fast. So like there's 2 listed right now, and they'll probably be gone by tomorrow. The really startling fact that I want you to have in your minds is that the maximum rent that Arch allows a property manager to charge for an 80% AMI unit prices that unit out for housing choice voucher holders. If you have a housing choice voucher, it is an 80% AMI unit could be too expensive for that voucher, and you would not be able to rent it. So 2 80% AMI units are not the same as 150%. And I just wanted to share that with you because I was digging into the numbers and I thought that was fascinating, and y'all might not know that. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. O'Malley.
That is your last speaker to be signed up.
Okay, is there anyone else in the room who wishes to address the council at this time? Seeing none, I will declare this items from the audience period closed. That takes us to item 7, special presentations, and a report on our capital improvement projects. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I want to give you a check-in on what's happening with all things capital projects, and here to do that is our capital projects manager, Rod Steitzer.
Welcome, Rod.
Hey, thank you. Welcome. Good to see everyone. Thank you, City Manager, for the introduction. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. We really have I'm really excited about the presentation we have for you. Hopefully everyone can see it on the screen. Really, we have, with 102 active projects, there's a lot of energy around the program, and it really feels like we have a lot of momentum going. Our portfolio, just as a quick overview, includes 16 projects currently in construction with $55 million worth of investments going on. We have 74 projects in design, well over $100 million worth in the pipeline. And we have 13 projects that we are either in the awarding or bidding phase, or we will be closing out. But really stealing the show, kind of highlighting everything, is over the past 2 weekends, we've seen the opening of 2 of our large-scale community investments, really key projects. And we've actually heard this from speakers this evening already. One is the Totem Lake Connector, and we had that grand opening there. And, really that event turned out to be really great for community engagement. There was a lot of activities there, a really great day. And of course, the safety and opening of the bridge, it just means a lot to the region as well as the city and all the users. We also had the opening of 132nd Square Park just this past Saturday. What a beautiful park. Lynn and her team and Public Works partnered up. Lynn's team did such a great job with that park. And we're still have a couple of things to kind of finish up in the playground area to make sure that we address safety needs in that area. But we've even seen the use of that park, like the opening of the soccer camps, kids running around out there. That's really great. So kind of just stepping forward with the TLC, the next kind of thing that's on the plate to work on to complete the Cross Kirkland corridor is the improvements at the Slater Avenue and the CKC. So we're actually making really good progress here as well. We have the design consultant under contract. We've included the work and completed the work for the survey and the geotechnical study for that area. And we're working towards 30% design submittal on that project. We've also been in touch with state representatives, working with staff as well and our finance department to reallocate over $1 million worth of funding from past projects that we've done into this project. So we still have a little bit of work to do to kind of align the funding years with the planned expenditure of this project, but really making great progress there. Continuing the theme, another one of the work plan items that we have, 100th Avenue. You see the picture on the screen there. The contractor has moved in, the job site is set up, and things are underway. They're moving. We've issued what's called a limited notice to proceed so that the contractor can purchase long lead item materials and perform minor work such as setting up the staging area, making sure there's coordination with the various utilities to get the work done. We've also have the message boards for various travelers out there, telling project information, giving updates so that the vehicles in and around that area, as well as pedestrians, can be up to date on the latest and greatest. The other thing we've worked with is with Puget Sound Energy, and they've already started their gas realignment work needed for the project. So 100th Avenue, a long time coming, a lot of great stuff, big hurdles, but this one, we're really excited about it. Upcoming, starting July 25th, this month, we're going to see the Puget Sound Energy electrical work get underway. And I wanted to just make a note that with that, we're going to be maintaining 2 lanes of traffic for the vehicles in and around the area. We also see the general contractor, after the utility gets done, gets started with some of their work by the end of the month. Some of that work we're going to see clearing and grubbing along the shoulders. Remember, we're widening this road. We're putting in non-motorized improvements, sidewalks, those kind of things. So they're going to be clearing those side roadways. We also are going to be doing some temporary signal modifications to make sure that traffic can move in and around the area as best as we can. And we're also going to make use of flaggers and uniformed police officers at the various intersections to help move vehicles and traffic around. Summer is always the best time to do the stormwater work. In this project, we are doing quite a bit of stormwater work to make sure that we have great water quality and volume control before discharging into Cedar Creek. So we're looking forward to that and looking forward to completion of that by this summer. Just to make sure that we're reaching out accordingly, we do have active work going on with updating the websites, doing mailers, hanging door hangers. We've also reached out to all 42 of the easement owners that we acquired and just make sure they're aware of what the project status and timelines are. And we're planning a groundbreaking sometime in September, sometime where we can see some progress on the project. And that date is still yet to be determined. But 100th Avenue, really excited about that one. Another one, really a lot of, I mean, you can almost just get excited. I get excited about this one, just watching the 27 and 22 work going on, and that's our fire station program. A couple of really quick highlights. The photos are showing some of the work that's going on. 27, rising out of the ground. You got some of the facade work on there. So Annika and the team really doing a great job keeping things moving along, making sure that the contractor has the support they need to complete the work, such as working with the utilities. We also see Fire Station 22 remodel going along, and I thought that kitchen photo was really cool, so we added that. One thing to point out is we actually, right there for Fire Station 21 on the screen, brought forward the timeline as an economy of scale and best use of consultants and contractor opportunities. So we moved that program schedule up an entire year to take advantage of that, and there's an estimated savings to do that kind of work. One thing to really point out with the fire stations program, and it has to do with Fire Station 27, and that is long lead of the emergency generator for that building. So Annika and team is working really hard, collaborating with the fire department, consultants and contractors to make sure we can accommodate, do all we can to accommodate, the use of that building when open. One idea is to use temporary emergency generators for that building. So some of those details are still to be worked out. But in essence, the emergency generator is an 18-month procurement lead item. So keeping our eye on that one. But we also have a performance monitoring dashboard that we use weekly for this project. And the one item that is right at the top of the list is that emergency generator and the procurement or arrangements to accommodate the electrical needs for that building. Safer routes to school and the Transportation Benefit District. I'll give a brief update on this. Ray has a presentation right after me, a much more in-depth presentation. And I'll put a shout out to Ray. He's doing such a fantastic job on this. But we are working very closely to make sure we fill the positions. We do have one of the two professional engineer positions that we need for this hired. And we have another interview coming up next week, but I think we're up to looking at 23 candidates for this position just to make sure that we can deliver the project on time. So Ray will have a much more in-depth review of this, but underway is 50% of the scheduled projects for 2023, really focusing on school walk routes, crosswalks, and the One Catalyst project, which Ray will get into. The bicycle related projects will begin in 2024. Juanita Drive, another one right at the top of the list here. So we have completed 11 of 13 acquisitions. There are 2 remaining acquisitions, which we are working very closely with City Attorney's Office to make sure we can handle those prior to the advertisement of this project, and we feel confident that we can. So Kevin and his team have really been helping us out here. That's great. Back in May, we brought it forward the status of this project and what it means with the intersection at 112th and 80th for this work. We are taking that project and creating its own separate project to be completed at a later time. If you look on the map, it is the blue circle or circle near the bend of Juanita Drive, which is quite a ways from the continuous portion of the project. So that's what we're going for. So we have this project on schedule to advertise in early 2024 with construction starting shortly thereafter. So another 2024 project for construction coming up. We also have quite a bit going on around the 405 85th interchange. Of course, there is the interchange work, but I'm going to start actually looking at the graphic on the screen with the project that's on the farthest left, and we call that the 85th connection. We have the geotechnical work complete for that project. We've already completed the 30% design, and we're coordinating with Sound Transit on the cost for that project. The estimated costs were a little bit higher than originally projected, but we are coordinating very closely with Sound Transit on that. And the target date for construction on that one would be the second quarter of 2024. The third lane project, as we refer to it, that's on the image on the far right. So that is adding an additional travel lane between 120th and 122nd. So we are scheduling that one to start construction the third quarter of 2024. So these are coming right back to back. The other thing that's really tied into all this work is our water main relocation work. And we are having that in a coordinated effort with the design build contractor that's doing the interchange. And that includes 2,300 lineal feet of earthquake resistant pipe. And that was something that we kind of brought forward and discussed in 2022. And we're able to accommodate that in the design build package. So we will be getting earthquake resistant pipe there. We have that scheduled from February through July of 2024. Another one very close to the Totem Lake Ken.
Rod,
Yeah.
can you hold up just a sec? Councilmember Curtis has a comment or question.
I didn't see the hand.
Thank you, Rod. I have a question on the 405 85th investments. Do we know what's happening with WashDOT surplusing the land when the exit lanes are removed? Are we continuing that conversation with them?
I am not actually sure, but I can find out. I do know that there was significant work with what were the different areas of responsibility for maintenance and how the land is divided up, but I'm not sure specifically about those clover areas and that land use. So we can follow up with that.
Thank you.
Yeah. 124th Avenue. So we've actually done quite a bit on this one. We do have the right-of-way acquisition certified. We are currently in what's called the obligation project or phase of the project to receive the construction funds that were awarded. And as soon as we get those obligation elements complete, we're going to be advertising this for contractor bids, which we expect to be this fall, starting construction, and it would be a year-long construction project. During construction, very busy roadway. In fact, this intersection, specifically 124th Avenue and 124th Street, is very busy. So we're going to make use of flaggers and uniformed police officers again. We're going to make sure that we can accommodate at least one travel lane in each direction to help move vehicles through and around the area and the work zones. And we're going to make sure that we have approved pedestrian and bicycle detour routes to make sure that folks can get in and around the area and connect to the Totem Lake Connector and Cross Kirkland Corridor. One project that we have recently discussed with council here is the Lake Street and Kirkland Avenue intersection improvements. There are some brand new renderings here on the screen. But what we have done in the meantime is make sure that the Puget Sound Energy Coordination is complete. They are currently finishing up their permits needed to do the work, which is a huge milestone. And we do plan on advertising this project in October 2023. There are some long lead items in this project, which is why we want to advertise there. And we do expect construction to start in 2024, March. There's some additional projects that we do have going on. We felt like worth up mentioning. And the 108th Q Jump project, the design grant for that is obligated, and the consultant selection is expected to be complete by the end of this month. And we will be coordinating with King County Metro for the 30% design, expecting that to be complete in early 2024. Going back, just to kind of wrapping up on the Greenways project, the second project on the list here, the RFBs are functional. So that's a really big milestone. We did have some hurdles to cross there, but the RFBs are functional. The WashDOT inspection is complete, which is needed for the funds that were used in this project. And the contractor is just finishing up some of their punch list items to complete the work. We do have some coordination. And again, I think Ray is going to mention a little bit about this in his presentation coming up later. For Northeast 132nd Street, there's a lot of work going on at the interchange of 405 and along through the corridor. We do have in our preservation program the priority to pave this roadway section with the 2024 preservation program. And we have coordinated with other utilities, including North Shore Utility, to make sure that there's no digging in the roadway once we go ahead and pave it over. I did also want to mention the 116th Avenue and the Northeast 124th Street intersection improvements. A lot of you might notice that they are paved and that the signal is operating. So with that pavement, we are just finished up some punch list items, including things of the permanent pavement markings that go in. So we expect that to be completed in August 2023. There are a couple other projects. I left some time here at the end if we want to get into those, but I did want to share some of the other process improvements and work plan improvements that we're doing in the Capital Group, and they're really exciting. One of them is generating grant process improvements. What we're doing is really pulling together the team, including designers, permit folks, maintenance staff, everyone involved, and the planning folks to make sure that we make really effective grant applications, addressing all the concerns and making sure we can identify the correct timelines and dollars needed to complete the grant work. This is a huge milestone. And actually we have a CIP staff and also another public works staff member working on this. They've done a fantastic job, as the images on the screen can show you, that there really is a thorough, really great way of looking at, is this the right grant application for us? The other thing I want to mention is, along with those grant updates on the far right, we have created a grant newsletter. So the grant newsletter goes sent out internally to folks, just really providing updates on what grants status we have. It shows some performance metrics of grants that we've received. It shows timelines of what we're pursuing. So really just a great way to communicate and inform and really track the grant funding that we're doing. As projects get more expensive, as projects get more complicated, pulling these elements together is a significant benefit for the city and for the group. So we're really happy about that.
Rod, before you go on,
Yeah.
Councilmember Curtis has another comment.
Oh, I keep seeing it. I'm sorry.
No, you're not missing me. I'm whispering to the mayor. So I think some of the council members would love to have a copy of that grant newsletter when you produce it. That'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, we'll do that for sure. Really just highlighting some of these external grant funding opportunities. I'll kind of just touch on these, and I can share the PowerPoint as well. But we actually have 35 active capital grants. So some recent highlights include over $2 million worth of grant receipts. You can see a couple of them along the CKC. That's that Slater crossing we talked about earlier. We also got additional funding for Lake and Kirkland, but it's not just transportation. There's also surface water grants that we have landed, one for Goat Hill and another to address flooding and other surface water deficiencies in 119th Court. So that was really great. The other thing to kind of highlight here, and this is quite a big lift for the grant folks, but they've done such a great job on it, and that is grant applications that we've submitted for Safer Streets and Roads for All, otherwise known as SS4A. Really, a couple of the highlights are what we're really pursuing is grants to enhance and update the elements of our existing Vision Zero plan. So this would help us work together with that, and it will help us update our data so that we can actually pursue and be effective on the grants and improve and implement the Vision Zero elements of work that we've identified as key strategies for the city. So that's a really important thing. In this particular case, we've asked for $240,000 to get us kind of up and running with the data collection and evaluation. And from there, additional grant pursuits will happen. Let's see here, back to this. Yeah, I guess, any questions? Now I'll look really keenly for hands here.
Okay, Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually just had a quick question while we were on the previous screen. Since we're talking about grants, we're talking including some federal grants, I'm wondering if it's time for an update, or if we even have an update on the MPDS permitting around federally funded projects. And this is, of course, related to the, I think it's 6-PPD quinone, the tire chemical that is harmful to certain species of salmon. I don't know if we have an update on that, but I just thought I would mention that it would be great for us to get an update if there's any new information.
I don't have that update, but we will find out and circle back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of comments, actually, for you, Rod. First off, that is a massive amount of work that you shared in this update. Really appreciate everything you're doing, and appreciate this update in general, kind of the highlights of what's happening. And before I forget, I do want to mention that I also like the project closeout summary sheet that you included on the consent calendar tonight. That's I think the right amount of information that I certainly was looking for as part of that summary that we discussed a while back. In terms of the presentation, just wondering how maybe think about how we can allow the community a chance to ask questions or provide comments on some of these CIP projects. I recall that when we had Rock Consulting audit the CIP process, they highlighted the importance of receiving feedback from stakeholders during the design process. And it really sets the project up for success if we get feedback during the planning and development stage, when we can still, make changes that are less likely to result in increased costs or impacts to the schedule. And a lot of projects essentially come to us or get approved when they are lines on a map or dots on a map. And so you kind of uncover things as you move forward with design, which I think would allow, it would be nice to allow the community to kind of learn a little bit more about what's happening. And I think we've done this in the past, and it's been very successful. I think about the virtual forums like Juanita Drive, Holmes Point Drive, Northeast 131st Way, what Wasat's doing with Northeast 132nd Street interchange. Those are all kind of, I think, the type of forum that I think could be replicated. So I just encourage you to think about that. I think we would get a lot of value from that, and the community would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I had the same comments I was going to raise later, but just to follow up on something Councilmember Pascal said, I just want to encourage us to do that, but also to do it early enough in the design phase that it actually makes an impact. I know some of those online forums that he was discussing were kind of later in the design phase, so if we can capture that community feedback earlier on, I think that would be better. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So Rod, is that all you have?
I do actually have one more. Just a really quick note. We've actually been working very closely with Puget Sound Energy and have seen some progress downtown Central Way, the crossing at 2nd Street. So I expect, they were out there working today actually, and I expect that the electrical components for that flashing crosswalk to be installed within the next day or two. And then of course we get the meter and the crosswalk to be operational.
Well, great body of work. And with that, I guess we are going to get our Transportation Benefit District update. City Manager?
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, wanted to check in at what's happening with the Safe Routes to School and Active Transportation Plan implementation. However, Ray is doing double duty. Ray Steiger, our Transportation Benefit District Project Manager. He's actually also our liaison with the 132nd WashDOT project. And there's a couple big things that are about to happen. We wanted to give you a couple slides on that before we get into the TBD update, because I think council will be really interested.
Welcome, Ray.
Thank you.
Mr. Steiger, welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, council members, yeah, I just need my, yeah. There we go. Let's just do the 132nd to start. You want to start with 132nd? Yeah, yeah. Thanks very much. Good evening again. Thank you. I have just two projects I'll be talking about. One is the 132nd interchange up at Totem Lake area. Got about 3 slides here. As the city manager said, we're in August. We're going to have a pretty significant closure, so I wanted to start a step through what's happening. You'll all recall this is we're adding a new northbound on-ramp and a southbound off-ramp to complement 116th Street down to the south. Construction's been going on for a little over a year now. We have, last couple weeks ago, we had a full closure of 132nd Street. The picture up there on the, let me move this here. The picture up there shows the magnitude of the culvert that's being put in. It's actually a stream. They're relocating a portion of Juanita Creek. Right now it runs through a culvert just diagonal across the intersection. It's about a 48-inch. This one is about 20 feet wide and about 10 feet tall. That picture right there is taken really where 132nd Street is now on the east side of 405. So that was done successfully. They finished the job in 2 days. We have another one that's going to be installed coming up in a couple weeks. We'll have a full closure of Totem Lake Boulevard north of the mall. We have another very similar activity. We'll be closing it on a Friday and opening Monday morning. Same type of structure will be installed there. So those two will be completed. The big one that we're wanted to let folks know about is coming in the middle of August, which will run through right up to Labor Day weekend. With this one, we will be installing, or the contractor with working with WashDOT will be installing the final large culvert, and that is across what will be the southbound off-ramp and the 114th Place, which goes into the condominium apartments up to the north there. In addition, they will be forming all of the sidewalks, so there's going to be significant road work being done both on the west side of 405 and the east side. The challenge is getting all of the sidewalks in, the curb and gutter, and the road base with traffic. So the closure is going to allow the contractor to finish that within that time frame. All of the sidewalk will be installed except for a portion that runs along the north side of 132nd under the freeway. There's still open channel that we'll be installing in there for the creek. What Kirkland will be receiving out of this is, sorry about that, it's going fast forward on me. We will get new 11-foot wide, this is an example on this would be the west side. You got the new 11-foot wide shared facility sidewalks, which will match to our sidewalks on the west of 132nd. In addition, they will have planter strips. All of this will be done during that time. The traffic control, similar, we've had 2 situations where we've had this kind of traffic control set up before. One, early on when we closed 116th Avenue, we detoured traffic that is using in the Kingsgate Highlands had to come down and exit onto 132nd near where the new fire station is. So that will be put into place. The road will be closed essentially between 120th and 116th Way, just on the west side of the freeway. There's limited access for the residents that will live on 118th. And additionally, we have a detour route that we have used when the sewer construction was on. You'll recall we tried nighttime construction, had a pretty significant impact. We moved to daytime work, but we had a detour that went through 111th. What we learned also in that was we are going to have access available 116th Way, which is on the west side of 405. There will be one lane that you can use to get to 132nd Street, and then there will be one that will go to the south. So this, we're going to keep 2 lanes open, albeit slow. It's a construction zone. It'll be pretty limited, so we probably will see impact to the surrounding community. We will start our outreach on Wednesday. We're going to start putting the mailers together. The DOT and their consultants have started to do the mailer. There's a public meeting on August 2nd at the Kirkland Justice Center to talk about the project and to do an update on this particular closure. We will also be working with Lake Washington to make sure that the school, this will be open back by the time Labor Day weekend is over, so buses and school will definitely pick up, so we're hoping to have that all finished by that time. Well, we will. And we will be putting message boards throughout the area as far as Juanita, down towards Totem Lake, so let folks know that this is coming. The next schedule, I guess, would be that we will have a 2-week closure, as said. It's going to start on August 18th, which is a Friday, and it's going to run through Labor Day weekend. The northbound, southbound on-ramps will be operational by late fall, this fall. We have final paving and striping that won't take place until next spring, though, because there's a window that we can do the paving in. So our substantial completion for the project will be in late spring next year. And then, as Rod mentioned, also as a part of next year's overlay program, we're going to be paving a significant portion of 132nd Street as you head west to 100th Avenue. That's the update for that. Any questions or comments?
I'm amazed that it's going as fast as it is, but any questions, comments? Thank you, Ray. Good to see you. Great projects. One more?
Yeah.
We have the Transportation Benefit District.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, this will be a pretty brief, let's see here. Yeah, I've got about 6 slides I will just step through. Most of this information is in the council packet, but I wanted to just do a...
Ray, Councilmember Falcone has a comment or a question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for mentioning the repaving of 132nd Street. This is something I hear a lot about, both from neighbors, my family, and others in the community. You know, as we all know, there are numerous construction projects that have been ongoing along 132nd, pretty much all the way from 100th to 132nd, right? That whole stretch there with Juanita High School, you know, turn lane with the 405 project, with the fire station, and with the park, and that's been going on for quite some time. A lot of heavy machinery, and I know that you mentioned there's going to be some of it from here and west. Have we looked also at the east side? Have you done kind of a comprehensive look at that whole stretch of 132nd? And also, what I want to make sure we avoid is having kind of patchwork where, like, next to each project, it's like repaved there, but then there's a stretch of road that has a bunch of potholes and is kind of old looking and not up to par. So are we looking at it comprehensively with timing and that whole stretch?
Yeah, I will follow up on the east side. I know that we're looking at the west. This project has been on our radar to do the paving, but because of all those projects, we wanted to wait because of the disruption, and so we've delayed 132nd Street, and now It's at a point where those projects are finishing up, the fire station, the park, and heading west, all of the things that would be done at this intersection. But we'll get a better schedule on the east side. I know we're looking at the west, but thank you. Yep. Okay, the other one I wanted to talk about is an update on our Transportation Benefit District. Recall that the council approved forming a Transportation Benefit District, which will allow us to sell bonds to fund a number of projects over the next 7 to 8 years. The bonds will be served by a car tab, so starting in January of 2024, those folks that have vehicles, they will pay a license fee, a vehicle license fee of $20, and that will help fund all of these projects over the next few years. Projects are primarily generated out of the Safer Routes to School program that was developed between 2019 and 2021, and also the Active Transportation Plan, which went from essentially the same time, 2020 to 2022. We also have included 2 new staff members that will be working on the Streets and Grounds crew, and primarily focused on site distance issues, medians, roadside trees, vegetation in the right-of-way that may impact sidewalks. Those folks have been hired. They started on middle of June. They are in their process of training right now. And as Rod mentioned a little bit earlier, we are still recruiting. We've been recruiting since January. We've had a number of candidates, about 23. We've made 4 offers to folks, had 1 receive or accept. So we're competing with a lot of other agencies for quality staff, and so we're still in the process of getting that next project manager. We also have right now 39 of all of the 2023 projects under process. We're either in design or negotiating contracts. And what we've done is we've grouped these into 6 groups throughout the city. This map highlights, it's very small to read, but we've grouped, say, for example, the crossings up in the Juanita, Finn Hill area under one contract. So one consultant will be working on those. We've also got a focus of these in the downtown. We've got a number of sidewalks that individual consultants are working on. The only thing that we haven't started yet, and this is really based on resources for managing the projects, are associated with the pedestrian or the bicycle routes that are throughout the community. So that's going to be starting either late this year or early next year. As I say, we've started all the critical. The sidewalks are underway. Sorry about this. The sidewalks are all under design or design at this point, and all of the crossings are in the negotiation phase right now with consultants. Rod mentioned what we call a catalyst project. So we are working on the design for pedestrian bicycle improvements along the Lakeshore Plaza between Market Street and the new intersection at Lake Street in Kirkland. So that's also a project that we're working on. And projects for the bicycle are pending. We have also committed to outreach to the community, not only through our website, but we've had last year in the formation, we had a number of community forums. This council held an open forum to talk about the Transportation Benefit District. The state requires reporting and outreach to the neighborhoods, the residents, to let them know what the money is going for. So we've put together, we're drafting what it will follow is pretty much show where the sidewalks, what the status of those sidewalks are, what the bike lanes are, and the crosswalk. We're nearly 50 miles of bike lanes. We've got about 30 blocks of sidewalk that we'll be installing, and we're 16 new crossings, RFBs, or the new Hawk system, which is more of an activated light. And then following kind of a format that we've done with the 2012 street levy, where we do a report, we will be showing the folks where the money's going, how it's being spent. So that is the balance.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for looking in this direction. Well, thank you so much for all of that. I'm really excited about these projects to get underway. It's exciting to see that so many of them are already in progress. Just to reiterate the comment earlier that Councilor Pascal and I mentioned about community and commission involvement in the design phase, particularly around, 50 miles of bike lanes, that's a lot. And the fact that we haven't really started much on that, that seems like a really great opportunity to engage the public on that design. So just wanted to reiterate that here. Thank you.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Falcone. I was going to say the same thing. We know there's a high interest of bike lanes in our community. So as much as we can involve the community in that design, that would be wonderful. And then I know this is a draft of the TBD report, and you know this, but it's missing why we're doing what we're doing and the big picture of what we're moving for. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ray. You done with this now?
Yeah.
All right, then we're going to let you go. And we're going to move right on to the consent calendar. Before I have a motion, I'd like to ask the deputy mayor to give us an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,073,502.19 and bills in the amount of $4,321,719.39.
Thank you. Are there questions, comments, or corrections to the consent calendar? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Move, second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please signify by saying no. Or wait a minute, any discussion? Sorry. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to take just a 15-minute break because we really haven't had much of one yet. And we will be back then at 15 plus 3 is 18, 9, 18. I did it myself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we move on to the ballot measure discussion, I just want to announce that we're going to probably jiggle the following item up a little bit so we can get to the CARs while there are people here. So with that, I'll turn it over to the city manager for the ballot measure.
Thank you. So the next three items are all related to the parks ballot measure. And so we have one presentation, but we have many players who are going to give you part of that presentation. And so starting us off is Lynn Zwagstra, our Director of Parks and Community Services.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. We're returning to have our ending discussions on the Parks ballot measure. And besides your usual cast of presenters with whom you're very familiar, we also have Deanna Gregory from Pacifica Law Group on the line should there be any particular legal questions. Oh. Wow, that really went forward. We have 20 slides for you tonight about Ordinance 04857. We'll start with the financial analysis and levy rates. Then we'll go through changes to the ordinance and ask if council would like to take action on the ordinance. And if council adopts Ordinance 04857, there are two additional presentations, one on the pro-con committee appointments and then also on the draft explanatory statement. But before we get to that, for the folks listening who might not be familiar with the ballot measure, we'll just do a quick reminder of what would be contained on the ballot. So this pertains to the levy lift ballot measure that's being discussed for potential placement on the November ballot. It would include operations of an aquatics and recreation center to include a variety of aquatics, fitness, sports, and enrichment programs, youth programs, and offer recreation and community spaces for drop-in programming and community use. It would include 9 year-round restrooms, which we would accomplish by building 3 new restrooms and winterizing 6 current restrooms, a park safety and security project of automated gates, plus 1 new park ranger and 2,400 hours of seasonal park rangers, 4 sports courts, which are likely to be 3 pickleball courts and 1 sand volleyball court, expanded beach lifeguards at the lifeguarded beaches, as well as a water safety education program, teen programs and operations of the Kirkland Teen Union Building, select acquisitions, easements, and segments of the Green Loop, and 2 implementation positions and select current park operations. Separately, the council is planning to build an aquatics and recreation center of approximately 86,000 square feet that would be located at the Houghton Park and Ride site and funded through limited term obligation bonds paid for from the general fund revenue. Finally, the project would also include site repair and replacement assessment of the North Kirkland Community Center. However, the funding is actually coming from a different funding source. So that is what is on the project list. And on that note, I will turn it over to Shri to start talking about some numbers.
Thanks, Lynn. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. I get the exciting part. Unfortunately, I don't have pretty pictures to show. So, as the Council is well aware, the levy lift ordinance includes an exemption for seniors, and we wanted to discuss what that means and how that works out for the levy rate that we'll be setting with the ordinance. So the exemption, which is covered under RCW 8436-381, includes seniors, disabled veterans, and others. And in the case of Kirkland, the total exempted AV works out to just about 0.5% from the total AV of the city. That would be the assessed valuation that would be exempted from this. And that's partly why what you see there in terms of what the impact is, if you wish, turns out to be about 5 1/1000ths of a penny. So on a $1 million home, we're showing you what what that would turn out to be would be about 5 cents a year. And the table below walks you through what that means in terms of setting the rate. The total estimated assessed value for 2024 is shown, and that would be with the required levy rate of 28 cents and then all the way down to 0.49. And by adding the last 5/1000th of a penny, the revised eligible AV that we'd be applying it to would turn that into a levy rate for the 10.8 million for this levy lid lift to be 28 cents and then 0.54. So questions on the exemptions that are going to be included or the calculations, right? We also wanted to talk a little bit about the assessed valuation itself. We previously presented estimates of where we would be and how that has been changing over time. Since our last conversation with the council, we have continued to work with both the assessor's office and also reached out to King County's chief economist. And based on the information that they have at this point from both of those offices, we have less than 40% of this city's AV actually assessed and data based on that. And based on that, it appears that residential values are dropping just under 18%. And there are very few commercial properties that have actually been assessed as of the writing of the report. We had less than about 20 of them done, and those first 20 indicated a drop in about 1%. We continued working with the staff from both offices to get any better information on that to try and refine it. We do know that 71% of Kirkland's AV is residential and 29% is commercial, so that plays into evaluating where we would land on this. We wanted to offer the council a chance to look at what those rate changes would be, and by acting on this ordinance, we will be setting a levy rate. That would be the max rate that we'd be collecting. And so the calculations on the table here show you how that works out. So in this case, we wanted to show you a range, and so we chose a drop of 17% all the way to 25%. But as council is aware, the staff is recommending that we assume a 20% drop in AV and have set the rates accordingly. Any questions on that?
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for doing this. I know this was in response to some of the questions and concerns that I had raised last time about the risk of not having it high enough. Given the additional information that we have from King County, that certainly gives me more confidence that the 20% assumption is conservative and is fair. So I appreciate you doing this. Thank you so much, and I agree with staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
Any others?
Anybody else?
Thank you, Councilmember. We also wanted to take a moment and explain what the impacts would be, since we are recommending a 20% as the set rate, and what that would mean for the parks levy that's being proposed. This is, again, a question that Councilmember Falcone had last time, and we are setting this up as if we're only looking forward from 20%, and essentially each 1% change is an impact of $660,000. Questions on that?
Questions? I think we've got it.
Thank you. I believe the next slide just goes down to the levy rate finalization itself that we're proposing in this case. So we just wanted to walk the council through this part of it. What you see in the first row on the table there is what the 2023 levy rate was and what that would have to be with the 20% drop. So you see the 86,479 increasing to $1.10332. The parks ballot measure with the 20% drop in AV gives you the 28,054, and that's where we are proposing the $1.38386 as the levy rate that we are going to be proposing in the ordinance. Questions on any of that?
See none.
All right. In that case, I believe Hillary is up next. Thank you, Council.
Thanks, Greg.
I do think just, since we didn't mention it, but just to highlight again for the public that should we over-collect, the council's committed in the adopting ordinance to actually not over-collect, but actually only adopt what they need to do $10.8 million for the park levy.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. So I wanted to talk about the ordinance updates that we have for Ordinance 04857, and these are some of the revisions that you requested at last council meeting. There were 3 revisions. So the first was to add a whereas clause about the 2002 park bond maturing in 2022. And so that was added in lines 16 through 19, which you saw in the updated ordinance and is on the screen for anyone who's watching along. The second adjustment was to make sure that Green Loop Trail Networks in now line 88 was consistent with what we'd had previously. It had a different word, so we've made sure it's Green Loop Trail Networks throughout every material. And the final adjustment here was adding the incremental increased levy rate into the actual ordinance. As we talked about, we don't have that in the ballot title. It is in the draft explanatory statement, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. But so this is an example of how staff added that in here in the middle of this section to show that increase of the 28.054 cents per thousand of assessed value. So those are the changes that were made due to council requests. And then this is just a reminder of our ballot title language, which council was supported last time. And I just wanted to highlight, in addition to those changes, and highlighted just by Shri now, the levy rate itself changed slightly. And so we have everywhere in the ordinance updated the levy rates to be that 1.38386 per thousand of assessed value rather than the 1.38177 that it was last time, to make sure it accounts for the senior exemptions and other changes like mentioned in the memo. Any questions on the ordinance itself?
I see none.
Okay, so the question now, and I will kind of, the big question that we're here for is, does council want to adopt ordinance 04857? And are there any amendments? And so we do have draft language about the rate amendment if there was any, but that is what I have. So I will turn it over to you, Madam Mayor, and we are here to answer any questions if council has any.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to adopt ordinance 4857.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to approve ordinance 4857. Discussion.
Thank you. We have taken our time. We have been thoughtful. We have analyzed what the community needs. We have put forward the best package possible and the best way to do it. I hope that the council will support moving forward with this ordinance. And I just want to share my sincere thanks to everyone involved, PFEC members, the park board, our community, the consultants, but most of all, city staff. Hillary, you have been amazing. You've worked very hard on this. I appreciate everyone in Parks and Community Services and the Finance Department and the CMO office for their work on this. And I think it's an incredible opportunity for the city to meet the needs of our community.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Well, I join my colleagues in thanking those who served on the Parks Funding Exploratory Committee, the city staff, and everyone, including my colleagues, who have been involved in putting together this proposal for our consideration. Councilmember Curtis has expounded on the wonderful elements of this proposal and how nice it would be to have all these things in our community. I also believe that it would be very nice to have these things in our community and that they would serve important needs. But I've been listening to the many people who have contacted us, expressing concern that while these things would be nice to have, they just can't afford it right now. I'm talking about people on fixed incomes, like from our senior council, whose cost of living adjustments just haven't kept up. I'm talking about people working for companies that have announced that their employees will receive no salary increases or bonuses this year. In the face of raging inflation, that means their real incomes are going down. I'm talking about people whose property tax bills are now far higher than their mortgage payments ever were. People who never expected to have their homes assessed values now at 30 or 40 times what the house cost new when they bought it. People who could not afford to buy their own homes again today. I'm talking about families whose primary breadwinners in the prime of their careers, making a good living, have been summarily dismissed by their companies without warning and without cause, who are now searching for jobs in competition with tens of thousands of others who have also been laid off. I'm talking about people who lost their businesses through no fault of their own when their governor unilaterally decided that it was necessary to shut down everything to try to stop the pandemic, with much greater impact on small local businesses than on multinational corporations. I'm talking about people who are suffering through huge price increases for food and other essentials, brought on by a raging flood of borrowed money, driving up the cost of everything to incredibly high levels, with inflation upwards of 9%, which continues even today at rates of 4% or more. Families who have seen significant increases in utility rates for things like water, sewer, stormwater, and solid waste. Families who will very soon be required to resume repayment of federal student loans and deciding what to cut from their budgets to accommodate that. Families who have seen every kind of tax going up and up, who have seen the cost of gasoline and diesel and natural gas go through the roof because of the new state cap and trade carbon tax, already at 46 cents a gallon, but projected to be 80 cents a gallon by 2030, with fuel prices in Washington the highest in the nation. Families who started paying the new state long-term care tax this month, which is costing even minimum wage workers $175 or more a year in new taxes, with no benefit to them for a decade or more. Families who saw an average 17% increase in their actual property tax bill this year over last year. And if they're renters, have seen the property tax increase in the form of increased rents. Families who have seen tax increase after tax increase over just the past few years, including a huge state property tax increase to fund the McCleary decision, which for some people was 30% or more. Tax increases at the county level for crisis centers, Conservation Futures, Children, Youth, and Families, Harborview Hospital, Medic One, Parks, Trails, and Open Spaces, Automatic Fingerprint Identification, and Veterans and Seniors. School tax levy increases for construction, operations, and technology, multiple times just in the past 5 years. Tax increases for transit, including a 0.5% sales tax, a motor vehicle excise tax of 0.8%, and a property tax of 25 cents per thousand. And instead of receiving increased services, have seen their transit service cut repeatedly. At the city level, we've increased property taxes to build fire stations and increased sales taxes for police and public safety. And just this year, we imposed, without asking the voters, a new regressive $20 per vehicle license tab fee, the same amount regardless of ability to pay or value or weight or frequency of use of the vehicle. Please don't get me wrong. Most of the things bought with these tax increases are important. But at some point, we need to admit that it really adds up. King County has what they call a renewal of the Veterans, Seniors, and Human Services levy on the ballot right now. They have tried to cloak a significant tax increase, claiming that it's the same rate as the last renewal, but that rate will be applied to today's much, much higher property values, taking more out of family budgets than the previous levy. Is it any wonder that families who are seeing tax increase piled on tax increase, often multiple times in a single year, would say that it's just gotten to be too much? Would it surprise you that some families are saying they no longer feel welcome in Kirkland because they're just not rich enough to live here anymore? Would it surprise you that they're saying we're turning into an exclusive enclave where only the wealthy are welcome? I've heard that from many people. Again, everything in the proposal before us would be nice to have, but not one element is a matter of life and death like the fire levy was. There's no emergency that needs to be dealt with right now, this year. We need to respect families who are struggling, who are scared about what the future holds, who really can't afford another new tax in their budgets. The easy thing for me to do would be to say, well, we're not actually passing a tax increase by this vote. All we're doing is putting it on the ballot to let the people decide. And it would not be the first time I voted, put something on the ballot on that basis. But this year, I feel like I just can't do that. This year, it's much more personal for me. I'm the one who lost a job and hasn't found another one. I'm the one who could not qualify to buy my current home again. I'm the one who has to think seriously about whether my family can continue to afford to live in Kirkland. This year, I feel compelled to be the voice of all those who have told me that as much as these things would be nice to have, they just can't afford it right now. Certainly, there are people in our community who are eager to have these new facilities and services who can afford it. But sometimes the right thing to do is to tell them, not now, maybe later. Sometimes we have to wait to buy things that are only nice to have, to wait until things have settled down and we're on a more solid footing, to see how the economy responds to global circumstances that are beyond our control. I firmly believe that momentum is not by itself a valid reason to move ahead with something. For these reasons, as much as I think it would be nice to have these things for our community, I will be voting no.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Councilmember Curtis and Councilmember Nixon, for your comments. Very thoughtful comments from both of you. And I just want to echo thank you to staff and Councilmember Curtis and the entire PFEC group for all of your hard work and all the community members who have given input. We really, really value that, and I hope that we've demonstrated that through the decisions that we've made based on community members' recommendations and the process through PFEC. I hear what Councilmember Nixon is saying. My family checks a lot of those boxes as well. And I am going to vote in favor of this ordinance tonight because I do believe that having more indoor water facilities and more access to swim lessons is a matter of life or death. We are a city that prides itself on our waterfront access to the public. And we have a lot of children, in particular children who are neurodivergent, children who are lower income, who do not have the same access to swim instruction that other more privileged families have in our community. And therefore, I think it's an issue of equity. It is a matter of safety for families in our community. And it's something that we know there's a desperate need. I don't know what the current numbers are. I'm sure that many in staff do as far as the wait list for our swim lessons. But I can tell you that it's not just for city swim lessons. It's the same for swim lessons, across the board. There was a time where my family was on a wait list for 5 or 6 years to get into swim lessons for our children. And I, am one of those parents that has the privilege to be able to be up at a certain hour. I'm not at work. I'm able to sit in front of my computer and have multiple devices right when, is it 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock? I forget when registration opens. And I wasn't able to get swim lessons for my children this summer through the city. So I know that this is an urgent need, as are many of the other important measures that are included in here. But in particular, being able to operate an aquatic center so that we can offer that and offer year-round and more swim lessons to more folks in our community, to me, is an essential need. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to approve ordinance 04857. Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, this is an ordinance. Kathy, your job.
Councilmember Nixon?
No.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes. The ordinance is approved, 6-1. Now we move on to the voter pamphlet pro-con committee appointments. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So you're going to see a slide that shows the people who applied to be both the pro and con committee members, and we'll be looking for council to nominate up to 3 for each pro and con committee. and staff is happy to answer any questions you might have.
And council, I have asked Councilmember Curtis to weigh in on this with a possible slate. So I think we'll start with that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to make a motion to appoint PFEC committee members Susan Papalardo, Scott Morris, and Jory Hamilton to the Pro Committee City of Kirkland Prop 1 ballot measure.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold, to appoint Jory Hamilton, Scott Morris, and Susan Papalardo to the Pro Committee. Discussion?
I realize that I neglected to thank everyone who applied to be on these committees. So we've had some great applications, and we have to pick 3. So thank you to everyone.
Okay, question is on the motion to appoint Jory Hamilton, Scott Morris, and Susan Papalardo to the Pro Committee. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move to appoint PFEC members Ken McKenzie and Vince Campos to the Con Committee, as well as community member Yuri Yulovic to the Con Committee City of Kirkland Prop 1 ballot measure.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to appoint, I'm sorry, did I get it right? Vincent Campos, Ken McKenzie, and Yuri Yulev to the Con Committee. Discussion? Question is on the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. I think that takes us to the next item.
All right, so what we have next is a draft park ballot measure explanatory statement. The statement is not officially approved by the council. It's something that's submitted by the city attorney and staff to the elections office, but we wanted to show you our first draft and get council feedback, and there is a statement that we might want to add about the tax impact of the measure. So Hillary's going to walk you through that, and we look for any input or edits from the council.
Great, and this is not time sensitive, is it?
This is not time sensitive. Well, it is because we have to send it before your next council meeting. So this is your opportunity to give us your thoughts.
Great. So I'm just going to, this slide here has the requirements for a draft explanatory statement. And as you know and read in the memo, after a jurisdiction puts a ballot measure on the ballot, they need to provide factual education for voters. And so the jurisdiction is responsible for coordinating with legal counsel to prepare an explanatory statement. And so it needs to state the effects of a ballot measure if passed into law and cover the anticipated effects should it be, can't read that, should it be passed into law. And it should not argue in favor or opposition of a measure. And then kind of the technical requirements are it should be 250 words or less, 5 paragraphs or less, formatted as an essay written in paragraphs. Tables, lists, and bullets are not allowed, and italics can be used. And then finally, it needs city attorney sign off. And so I just really quickly wanted to share this example of what the explanatory statement would look like in the voters pamphlet for council and members of the public. So this is 2 pages of information that would be in the voters pamphlet. And so it will appear right next to the title itself, which is in the gray area on the leftmost column of this example. And so that means that some of those words in the title next to the explanatory statement would be together. And then the pro-con committee statements in favor and opposition and the rebuttals of those would be on the following page. And when you look at this online, everything's in drop-down menus under the ballot title itself. And if anyone wants to see, everyone should have gotten a voter's pamphlet in your mail last week. And so you can look at some examples of measures and what they look like in the pamphlets. And then I just wanted to note that there is in small text in the gray box on the left-hand side.
Hillary, hold on just a sec. Oh.
There's small text about a note that the full measure is available on the King County Elections website. So if someone wants to read the full ordinance that you're passing, there would be a link to that on the website. And then there's a small note in the upper right-hand column that says King County Elections does not correct punctuation, grammar, or fact-check candidate and measure statements, just as a reminder that what we as a city submit to King County is what they will print in the pamphlet. Do you have a question?
That answered it. Thank you.
Great. So the next two slides have the draft language, and it was in your council packets, and the current draft language is 232 words, so there's 18 potential words that we can add. And if you have any feedback, you can share it tonight or email it to Kurt and myself after tonight's meeting. And staff will send the final statement to council before it is submitted to King County Elections, which is due on or before Friday, August 4th. And so here, the first paragraph details the purpose of the measure and then also the incremental costs of the levy. The second paragraph details that list of elements and investments that are in the levy, and it also states that investments were made based on input from the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, the Parks Funding Exploratory Committee, Park Board, and the Kirkland Youth Council. And then, yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Are you looking for feedback on the statement now?
Maybe I should, actually, yes, that'll work if you want to go on this page. Yeah.
Thank you. In reading through it, my first read, I feel like it's still a little bit confusing that it doesn't clearly demonstrate or relay to the reader the fact that if this passes, then we'd be building an aquatic center, but if it doesn't pass, we would not. And I know that we have to be really careful legally about saying what we're doing with this money. And so I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to test, have some folks read it that aren't very familiar with this conversation and get their take and input on whether it really helps relay that message. I know that was some questions and input that council had given earlier on the actual ballot measure itself. And then the response was that that would be explained better in the explanatory statement. And I feel like we haven't quite gotten there yet. We have all the factual information, but I think there's a little bit of the connecting of the dots. I know it's a really fine line, but there might be some words missing that could help improve that, just to make that crystal clear.
Any other discussion? Comments? I think it's an intriguing idea. I'm not sure who you go to.
Actually, Julie Underwood suggested actually going to the Kirkland Initiative graduates as a starting point, which we thought was an excellent idea. So. And anyone else as well. But so if other council members have feedback, again, you can email Hillary and I directly. We just want to make sure you saw it, and we'll send the final back to you before we send it to King County.
This is beautiful. We're not going to wordsmith from the dais. I'm so proud. I'm so proud.
But we did want to ask about adding about the cost to a home.
Yeah, so I do just also, in case anyone in the public is watching and didn't get to see the second part of the statement yet, so these two paragraphs, the first one here is talking about the cost, and then talking about council's commitment to not over-collect if the rate ends up being higher due to the fluctuations in assessed value. And then the bottom paragraph there is mentioning, as stated in Ordinance 04857, that the council plans to construct the new aquatic and recreation facility, and that would be funded through the general fund. And then this slide is, like Kurt mentioned, in response to the interest in including what this would cost to a homeowner. And with the forecasted drop in assessed value, it's important to choose language carefully that conveys the messages that are as accurate as possible about the estimated cost to homeowners of the ballot measure, which I know council is aware of, and which is why staff wanted a little more time to explore some options. And so this slide here has two tables. And the table on the left shows the estimated cost of the Parks ballot measure to someone who owns a $1 million valued home, valued such in 2022 for the tax year 2023. So that's someone who owns a $1 million valued home right now before getting their new valuations that are coming in the mail. And this is the value that PFEC discussed as costing $232 for the $1 million home, which we've been talking about throughout much of this time. And the second column of the table has the calculations for the levy rate and the annual cost of that ballot measure for the home with no change in assessed value. And so as you see, that's $224, which is slightly less than the PFEC package, but we kind of discussed that previously, that we've gotten it a little bit less than that. And then the third column shows assuming a 20% decrease in that home's value and an increase to and so that increases the park's levy rate to 28.054 cents per thousand, as we've been discussing, which is the same, it has the same annual cost of $224.43. So this is to say that somebody that currently owns a $1 million home would have an estimated home and have value of approximately $800,000 in 2024 based on our forecasting. and an annual cost of approximately $224 in 2024. And so the table on the right shows the same information for tax year, but for a tax year 2023 median home value, which was $1,238,000. And so again, assuming a 20% drop in assessed value of that home, the annual cost for the ballot measure to this year's median home value next year would be $277.85 in 2024. And so when considering what home value to include in the explanatory statement, we've received direction that it's important to be approximately the average home value. And some people do include most explanatory statements include some type of average home value. A few don't. But while staff have been looking, and while we have a good amount of information right now to make the predictions and estimates, there's still some unknown. And so with the current information that we have available, it seems reasonable to use the $1 million home as estimated in 2024 median home value, which is the right of these two, close to the right of these two tables. But using the $1 million home would result in $280 per year to the 2024 median valued home, and that's a 19.3% drop. And the reason for using $1 million is it's slightly more than the median valued the median valued property AV is estimated to go down to $990,000. So if we go up to $1 million, it's just a little bit easier for an average person to understand and is a good estimate for the average home. And so that's kind of what staff are recommending. And a potential explanatory statement text addition is at the bottom of this, which would say the cost to a 2024 median valued home, estimated $1 million, is about $280 per year. And then we also added a note about directing people to view the King County Tax Transparency tool, because that's an online tool that in October, when everything is in the system, people will be able to go to and click and look at their specific home and see their specific estimated increase for this ballot measure. And by the time that the explanatory statement is published, all the new assessed values will be out and people will have that information. This link, if you go there now, you can't see it again. So I know that was a lot of numbers, and this is kind of what staff have been looking at, all these numbers, but really kind of showing this to say that the 232 we talked about with PFEC-wise kind of relates to that left-hand table, but if we're really talking about the median home this year and estimating the median home next year, staff recommend using the $1 million home value, which is the $280 a year. See if there are any questions about this.
Councilmember Black?
I guess I'll just say that I like I think the goal is transparency and ease of use, like user friendliness. I think this is a transparent tool and easy for folks to use at $1 million, so I like it.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. From the previous comments when we passed the ordinance, this is a choice for voters, and I really like the idea of being transparent and saying, here's the cost for this investment, and really appreciate the work and creativity on staff to figure out how to fit that in to the ballot measure statement, so I would support this.
I'm going to support it as well. My only concern is that anybody who's paying attention knows that the median home value is greater than $1 million. So that lacks a little transparency for me.
Well, it actually wouldn't. I mean, that's as close as we can get to what we actually think the median home value would be, because it's based on our current 23 median home value and then adjusting it down. So we actually tried to really say what we thought it would actually be. Now, there's that means there's a lot higher and a lot lower, right? So.
And what I would add to that is that we are working as well on the factual education couple of pager sheet, and we're planning on that and having a table that has a few different home values so that people can also see some of the different scale. And that would we can use however many words we want to in there to explain the situation a little bit more. It's still going to be confusing because it's a kind of an unprecedented drop, as we all know, in assessed value. But that tool will be there to help as well. But of course, that's not actually in the voter pamphlet.
Got it. Councilmember Black, did you want to?
No.
Okay. Not at all. Okay.
So I'm hearing support for including this in the statement. That actually busts our word cap a little bit, so we have to do a little tweaking as well, but not too bad. It's only like 5 words we have to find. So we'll come back to you with the final.
Great. So the only question we had was there any other feedback that you had tonight on the statement? I know we heard the feedback of trying to work with a focus group and potentially the Kirkland Initiative to kind of see if the statement is getting the messages across that we're hoping for, and then including this value in there.
Looks good. Thank you
Great.
very much. Thank
Great.
you
So-
all.
Yes, so this is our final timeline here is the ordinance will be filed by our city clerk's office, and that will be due to King County elections on August 1st, as well as the pro-con committee appointments that you just made tonight. And then the explanatory statement will be due on August 4th, and pro-con committees will do their statements and their rebuttals on August 8th and 10th, and staff will be moving into an educational period, and election day, of course, is November 7th.
Excellent. Thank you, Hillary, for all your work on this. It's been beautiful. And with that, we're going to skip ahead and we are going to move into the community-initiated amendment requests.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So once again, this presentation is going to be done by our senior planner, Lindsay Levine, who is joining us remotely, and also supported by Adam Weinstein, our planning and building director. Oh, and I see Allison Zyke as well. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lindsay Levine, and I'm here to discuss Phase 1 of the Community-Initiated Amendment Requests, also known as CARS for short. Council received a briefing during the study session today, which summarized each request. And so now staff is going to be requesting that Council discuss the determinations for each request and vote to direct which CAR application should advance to Phase 2 review. And note that advancing the request to Phase 2 study does not mean that the Council is making a final decision or approval about the request. It simply means that it should be studied further. And if any of the CARs are advanced to Phase 2 review, that would occur during the comp plan cycle, so 2024. Before we jump into the discussion and voting, I'm just going to quickly turn it over to Allison. She wanted to add a quick note.
Thank you, Lindsay, and good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I just wanted to make a quick clarification to our comments earlier related to the Parmac CAR, and that was related to whether or not affordable housing is required there. I wanted to just make it clear, the entirety of the TLD zone, which the Parmac request is within, the full zone does not allow housing. Housing is only allowed within those housing incentive areas. Within the housing incentive areas, there is an affordable housing requirement, but affordable housing is not required in the full zone because housing is not required in the full zone. So I just wanted to make that clear. And if you wish us to explore an affordable housing requirement for the entirety of the CAR, we could do that. We'd look at the full zone. So just wanted to note that before you discussed. Thank you.
And I see head nods on that one, so. Do we want to take this with all three of the recommendations at once, or do we want to individually? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay, yeah, so we have the questions broken up by request. So first, the Alavi request, and question number 1 kind of is a multi-part question. So does the proposal have merit? And should it be considered by the Planning Commission and City Council in a Phase 2 review during the current comprehensive plan update cycle? Or should it be considered at a subsequent amendment phase? And the other option is, does the proposal not have merit for the Alavi request?
So I think we'd look for a motion to.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Sorry.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we move the Alavi Community Amendment request to Phase 2 review during the current comprehensive plan update cycle.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Black to move the Alavi request to Phase 2 in this comprehensive plan update cycle. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, and then just a quick follow-up question for the Alabi request. While seeing that it is moving forward with phase 2 review, are there any additional site-specific or neighborhood conditions to highlight for review when considering additional study?
Discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Yeah, just the thing I raised earlier about wanting to get some clarity on the setbacks. But that's basically just data, right? That's not even a policy decision to be made.
Noted.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Thanks, Lindsay.
And we did see head nods on look at an affordable housing requirement as part of this.
Not this one, that's Parmac.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You were talking about part. Yeah, thank you. Focus.
Okay, Lindsay, moving on to, we didn't vote? Seemed like we did. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Yeah.
Okay, and now for the second request, that is the WISE request. So have a similar question to begin with, and then we have a couple more follow-up questions for this one. And this is the request that was in the Bridle Trails neighborhood. So firstly, does the proposal have merit to be considered by the Planning Commission and City Council in a phase 2 review during the current comprehensive plan update cycle? Should it be considered at a subsequent amendment phase, or does it not have merit?
Can I get a motion? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the WISE CAR be deferred for future consideration and not be moved to phase 2 review at this time, and that the staff be directed to engage in that further study and report back to the council.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to defer moving it towards phase 2 until more study is done. Any further discussion? Oh, in the long-term comprehensive plan.
Yeah, it would not move forward to phase 2 during this comprehensive plan update, but we would study the general question further as part of the overall review of land use in that area.
And potentially the 2044 comprehensive plan?
If they could get it done quick enough, but I'm skeptical.
Okay.
That's a lot of work.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay, so since we're not moving forward the specific request with phase 2 review, I'm going to skip number 2 and 3. And the additional question seems to be covered by the previous motion. So staff will take the direction to study the area around the Bridle Trails Shopping Center in order to support a 10-minute neighborhood as part of the comprehensive plan update.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, and I'm gonna turn it over to Allison for the Parmac request.
All right, Council, same question as the previous two. We'd like Council to vote on if the Parmac request has merit and should be considered during a phase 2 review aligned with the current comprehensive plan cycle, or if it should be deferred to be studied at another time or not studied at all.
Can I get a motion? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that, and for the interest of time, I'm going to pull in your second question too, Allison, that the Parmac request move to a phase 2 review and be expanded to include the southern industrial commercial subarea.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to move forward with the phase 2 review and evaluation, including the southern industrial commercial subarea. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. I think that wraps up question 3 for us as well.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Pascal.
just a comment on question 3, what I raised earlier in terms of specific things to study as part of that. CR, just to consider transportation probably a little bit more holistically and detailed than you normally would in a car, just due to the difficult access and the lack of transit availability in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, and we've already begun those talks, so I think we can hit that. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, I think, going backwards once again. The station area plan discussion. Oh, Allison, you're staying. City manager.
Oops, excuse me. So, council, we want to have discussion of the phase 2 discussion. This is listed as discussion possible action. If the council is ready to act on it, you can, but you can also, if the conversation needs to continue, you can bring it back to the August council meeting. Here to walk you through it is our Planning and Building Deputy Director, Allison Zeich.
Thank you, City Manager, and good evening again, Madam Mayor and council members. So we're going to do a few things tonight. I'd like to present to you the 3 items in front of you for discussion tonight and action if you're ready. It's going to be just a little bit of review, but I'll make it quick because you have already received a presentation from Planning Commission in March on their recommendations on everything but affordable housing requirements. And of course, we had our study session earlier today. So I'll jump right into it. I've got 16 slides from here, but I'll make them quick. Just wanted to remind the council and community what work has already been done and what you've already adopted that's led us to where we stand today. And so, of course, we began work on this project back in 2019. It's been a long haul, and I know everyone's put a lot of time and energy into this one. We really appreciate it and have enjoyed it. And so, council has already, the city's already issued, a final supplemental environmental impact statement at the end of 2021. That gave us a preferred plan direction, and council in June of 2022 adopted a station area plan, a new comprehensive plan chapter that is a sub-area plan for the station area. That includes our capacity for the station area and also goals and policies, including affordable housing goals and policies for the station area. In June of last year, you also adopted design guidelines for the full station area and phase 1 of the zoning code for the station area and the parcel rezones for the areas closest to the interchange. In front of you tonight are 3 items that would complete implementation of what we've called phase 2. So the first ordinance for discussion tonight is Ordinance 4855. That is the zoning code amendment. So this ordinance would add form-based code standards for the remaining station area districts. So there's 3 that haven't been adopted yet. It would also update some of the district-wide standards. We've refined those over the past year. It would adopt miscellaneous zoning code amendments, including affordable housing requirements to be applied in the station area. The second item that we'll discuss just very briefly are the legislative rezones. So that's painting the new zoning districts onto the parcels in the station area. And lastly, the planned action ordinance. This one's been a while since we've talked about it with you. You held a public hearing for the planned action ordinance back in November of 2022. So quickly, just a brief refresh on the form-based code. So the form-based code is a chapter within our zoning code. We are amending it to add phase 2 standards. The form-based code includes regulating district standards and frontage types and street type standards. Those were already adopted with phase 1. The zoning code amendments on the table tonight include some refinements to those frontage and street type standards. Most of the amendments to KZC 57, which is the station area chapter of the zoning code, so most of the amendments in there are adding the new standards for the phase 2 districts. So that's the neighborhood mixed use district, the civic mixed use district, which is the entirety of the Lake Washington High School site, and the urban flex district in the Norkirk LIT area. So for each of those districts, the zoning code amendments add permitted uses, maximum heights, maximum lot coverage, setbacks, maximum floor plates, standards for facade design, transition standards, which is something Planning Commission talked about a lot. Those are district-wide standards, so they're not individual to each regulating district, they're for the whole thing. So they were already adopted in phase 1. These zoning code amendments do include minor refinements. I can discuss those if council has questions. So the other things in Ordinance 4855, the zoning code amendments, these are specific to those refinements I've mentioned in the station area form-based code. I already mentioned refinements to the transition standards, so that was actually adding a little bit more stringent standard in areas of the station area where we have a greater difference in heights or allowed heights between parcels. We added parking standards for the uses allowed in Phase 2 districts, added some other district-wide standards that really help with implementation, like transportation demand management standards. We had ways to get them besides in the zoning code previously, but we're putting them in here explicitly to make it easier for folks to understand requirements. We've got district-wide standards for signs. We're adding a commercial incentive for grocery stores. That was discussed with you back in March as a Planning Commission recommendation. And then just a lot of clarification and cleanup. In addition to amendments to Chapter 57 in the zoning code, Ordinance 4855 includes some miscellaneous zoning code amendments, and the bulk of those are because the station area districts replace a lot of the existing Rose Hill Business District zones, and so there's a lot of zones that will become obsolete. So a lot of the miscellaneous zoning code amendments are to remove references to the Rose Hill Business District zones, replace them with references to the station area zones. The substantive zoning code amendments in the miscellaneous category are, of course, the amendments to Chapter 112, which will add affordable housing requirements for the station area, and amendments to Chapter 115 to amend rooftop appurtenance allowances for taller buildings. That will apply citywide. On to the next ordinance for discussion tonight. That's the parcel rezones. We've included a map here. I know council has looked at this one quite a bit, so I'm going to keep going from here, but happy to revisit it if you have questions. And the last item for discussion tonight, we're going to talk about affordable housing after this, is the planned action ordinance. And so, like I mentioned previously, you did hold a hearing on this back in November. This is the culmination of the environmental review process. We think it's a great incentive for development because it will streamline the process, and it actually does a lot of the environmental review for new development in the station area. The ordinance includes the review process for any items or actions coming in as planned actions. It does involve a consistency review, and that's detailed in the ordinance. One item I will note that's different from what was presented to you at the hearing in November is that at the hearing in November, at that time, Google had plans to develop the Lee Johnson site as a campus. We had completed adoption of a separate planned action ordinance specific to that site. With Google choosing not to move forward with that, we have added the Lee Johnson site back into the full planned action ordinance for the whole station area. And so it was coordinated back then between the two planned action ordinances, but now it's back all together. Now on to the affordable housing requirements. And so council did discuss this with Planning Commission earlier at your study session when Planning Commission delivered their recommendations to you. Just quickly for council and perhaps for audience members, when we're talking about new housing in the station area, we just did want to note the new capacity that the station area upzones will add for housing in the station area, and that's just a little over 6,200 new units of housing that these upzones are adding for capacity in the station area. So we refer back to that number a couple times. So we wanted to talk just a little bit about why the staff recommendation has proposed increasing the affordable housing requirements now, and why we've chosen perhaps an aggressive increase to affordable housing requirements now. And that's because when a city is adopting increased affordable housing requirements, we have to give something to developers or property owners in return for that. We can't just increase the affordable housing requirements without providing some additional incentive for development. And so if council or planning commission wants to pursue an increase in affordable housing requirements in the future, we'd have to give some additional incentive at that time. And so we really think the staff recommendation was built on leveraging the value of the upzones that are on the table right now with the ordinances in front of you for development. And just to remind council of what incentives for development we do include in these station area rezones, there are significant increases to development capacity. Like we mentioned, capacity for up to just over 6,200 new housing units in the station area. We've lowered minimum parking requirements. Parking costs money to build, and so lowering those parking requirements, whether a developer chooses to build them or not, the required parking is less. We're adopting a form-based code, which we think will streamline project design. I already talked a little bit about the planned action ordinance that will also streamline design and help with the time of review. And then also, I do want to mention that The station area code as adopted already encourages development agreements for catalyst projects. A development agreement is an opportunity for someone to propose an alternate way of complying with our regulations. So we think that it provides another option for flexibility. Just very quickly wanted to show council what the current requirements for affordable housing are in the station area. We're going to focus a lot on the rental requirements. Those have been the topic of most discussion. If council wishes to discuss the ownership occupied units more, I'm happy to do that. But I'd like to just focus on the rental units for now. And the existing requirement in the Rose Hill Business District zones that will be replaced by the station area zones are a 10% set aside of units at a 50% AMI level. Planning Commission already delivered these to you, and so I'll be very quick through these again. I can stop and discuss if council has questions. But the Planning Commission recommendation sent to you is to match the requirements as they exist today, so that 10% at 50% AMI for rental units and 10% at 80 for owner-occupied. That also matches the requirements today. However, the Planning Commission recommendation does include an option for affordable units to be provided at equivalent levels to that 10% at 50. And so the code is drafted in the ordinance and also the alternate option for consideration that was attachment 4 to your staff report. It includes these exchange ratios. And the way that those work into the Planning Commission recommendation is that the Planning Commission recommendation includes a base requirement of a 10% set aside at 50% AMI, with at least half of that, or 5% of units, needing to be provided at that 50% AMI level, recognizing that it's important to get affordable units at that deep level of affordability. But the Planning Commission recommendation then includes an option for the remaining 5% of units to be provided at either the 50% AMI level or an equivalent AMI level. As the units provided, if a developer chooses to provide them at a more shallow level of affordability, they'd be required to provide more units total of affordable housing based on those exchange rates that we talked about. So we've given you a few examples of how that would work. And I'm happy to walk through this if you want. Perhaps I'll breeze through it now and can revisit it if council has questions. But it does provide a lot of flexibility for the development community and also provides an opportunity to achieve units kind of across the spectrum of affordability. So it provides the potential for us to receive affordable units at 50% AMI, 60, 70, and 80% AMI. So we know that council has put a lot of thought into this, and Planning Commission has as well. So what we wanted to do was provide you a bit of a menu of options, and I am going to spend some time on this one. Please interrupt me if it's helpful to get a question answered immediately. So what we've done is shown you in the first column, you see what was included in your meeting packet as an alternate option. We're calling that the staff recommendation for tonight. What the Planning Commission recommendation is, and then sort of a blended option of trying to find something in the middle of a staff recommendation and a Planning Commission recommendation, recognizing that the Planning Commission recommendation has a lot of thought behind it and has some great elements that we wanted to provide structure to pick up. So for each of those options, we basically have 3 elements of what makes up a total affordable housing requirement in the station area. So you have the base requirement, and this is the one that we can't increase it unless we give more incentive in the future. Then you have the option for a flexibility provision. So if we want to allow developers to have a choice about what level of affordability they provide units at. And then lastly, we have options for pioneer provisions. So that would establish a base requirement, but provide a requirement in the interim for some amount of time or some amount of units, recognizing that market conditions are quite difficult right now, and with an interest in catalyzing residential development in the station area, it might make sense to keep requirements where they're at now for some amount of time. And so the staff recommendation, where we've started out and what's included in your meeting packet, sets the base requirement at a 15% set aside at 50% AMI. From the analysis that we reviewed from Arch and their consultants, Bay Area Economics and street level advisors. We understand that to really be the ceiling of the highest affordable housing requirement we could require in the station area with any hope of development penciling at some point in the future. So that's our ceiling. The staff recommendation picks up the Planning Commission recommendation for providing that flexible option to provide units at different levels of affordability. But what the staff recommendation included in your packet does is make the Planning Commission recommendation so that setting a base level of 10% at 50% AMI, it sets that as the pioneer provision. So the first 624 units in the station area would basically be built out to the same affordable housing requirements we have today, after which the new base requirement would kick in. So that's what was provided as an alternate option in your packet. I already went over the Planning Commission recommendation in the previous slides. That recommendation does not include a pioneer provision. We would stay where we're at right now with the 10% at 50, but with the flexible options that might help us achieve units at variable levels of AMI.
So could you just explain where the 624 came from real quick?
Yes, thank you. So 624 comes from that total net new capacity of housing units in the station area that I showed you earlier. So with the up zones in the station area, we're adding capacity for 6,243 new units. 624 is 10% of that. Thanks.
Thank you.
So lastly, just to cover the blended option. So that takes the Planning Commission recommendation of 10% at 50% AMI for a base requirement. So this is an eventual requirement that would kick in after any pioneer provisions expire. And it adds an additional requirement for a 5% set aside at 80% AMI. So if we use the exchange rates of the equivalent, what a 50% AMI unit is equivalent to in an 80% version, this is essentially equivalent to a 12.5% requirement if all the units were provided at 50% AMI. So it's right in the middle of a 10% and 15% set aside if all the units are 50% of AMI. The blended option includes the flexibility provisions. We've suggested perhaps even guaranteeing a little more diversity in the units provided ultimately, so at least 5 of them to be provided at 50%. The second 5% could be provided at 60 or 70 if someone chooses, and the last 5% would be provided at that 80% AMI unit. And this blended option also includes a pioneer provision. This one adds in not only a total number of units, but it adds a time limit on the units, and actually the pioneer provision would be whichever is later. And so if the first 624 units were quickly developed, developers might still have some certainty because the pioneer provision would be in effect under this draft until December 31st of 2025. So a little more than 2 years out, people would only have to provide the base requirement, and that's what it is today. So the 10% at 50% AMI with the flexible options. I'll pause there because I think my last slide is just questions for council and ask if there's any questions for staff. And I do want to mention that we have staff from Arch here available to answer questions if you have any questions for them.
Okay. Who wants to start it off? Let's try to keep it to 6. Oh, Deputy Mayor.
I don't have any questions, but I will start the discussion here. First, I'm grateful for all of the input and public comment that we've heard tonight, the emails we've received, and the organizations working on housing that have given us input. Everyone's interested in providing affordable housing. The discussions have been just what's the best way to do so, and I really appreciate the input, the conversation. I also appreciate the Planning Commission's creativity of providing for a variety of housing options and some flexibility. And I think we have some great ideas here to consider. Where I look at this is saying that we need housing in the station area, we need it now, and I am looking at the ways that I am most confident that we will produce the housing in the station area, given what we've heard. So I appreciate the Planning Commission's ideas of flexibility. And I would opt to optimize around generating housing as much as possible. So I'm supporting the blended option. I believe that it provides the most flexibility with the time factor and the pioneer provisions. And then I also think that given some of what we've heard about concerns about the ARCH recommendation and when or if it will be realistic for developers, the blended option provides something that I think has some more flexibility that gets us in an end state after the pioneer provision that will continue to generate housing in this area. Part of what we did when we set off in this station area plan is we recognized we were doing significant upzoning and creating significant value in the station area. We talked about the commercial areas. We had a menu of things around public benefit that we were asking from developers in exchange for the value that's created. I think what we have here in the blended option provides that menu for this phase 2 for the affordable housing as the public benefit that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Councilmember Curtis.
You know, this is work that we've been immersed in for 3 years now. And it's also reflective of the work that I do on the GMPC and Councilmember Falcone does on the Affordable Housing Committee and PRSC, and we're all in this together. And I value the Planning Commission working really hard to be creative and provide options. And I think we all agree that we know that we have a housing trajectory need like this, and we really want to build it like this. We don't want to take 20 years to build the housing. But when we started this project, we were very clear that we wanted to be a leader and we wanted to be a model for the region, and we wanted a robust, aspirational, affordable housing requirements. And we've carried that through again, serving on the GMPC and consistently communicating with other cities of how we had to plan for and accommodate affordable housing and how that required all of us to make difficult choices and to adopt challenging legislation, policies. So I still strongly believe that. I sincerely appreciate and recognize the Planning Commission and the developers' concern that if we adopt these robust affordable housing percentages, all of that, no one heard a word I said, adopt these affordable housing percentages, that it could possibly delay building housing immediately. But as has been pointed out repeatedly, we can set the bar high. If the housing is not coming in the 3 or 4 years it takes to build the bus rapid transit, we can lower and we can go back to the blended. And I also reflect on the work that we've done in the legislative work group working on the transit-oriented development bill. And again, how we didn't want that bill to take away the public benefit of the density bonuses. So I will move forward in supporting the staff recommendation because I believe that it follows all of the policy decisions and the work that we've been doing regionally. And I sincerely want to thank the Planning Commission for the work that they've done. And a speaker earlier today said what I was also thinking is when we did this plan, we promised the community that this was about building affordable housing. And even those residents who are not excited about this increase in density recognize that our goal is to build affordable housing. And they would be disappointed in us if we did not maximize the public benefit of what we're doing in this area. So I, again, support the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just taking a breath for a minute. This has been, this is hard. This is really hard. We have had I have had, and I know some of my colleagues have had fantastic meetings with smart people who all care about the same thing, have the same vision about creating more housing and creating more affordable housing to be a more inclusive community. And I heard that loud and clear from everybody that I met with, and everybody sharing different perspectives on how to get there, right? So I just want to start off by saying I know we share that vision, and I appreciate that we all share that vision. I really appreciate the flexibility provisions that the Planning Commission recommended. I have more thoughts on that in a moment. But we have been having this conversation for quite some time, and I can't count how many times I've said that I want us to be bold on affordable housing, and I want us to be creative in what we do here. And I think what we have before us are some bold and creative options to help make that happen. We need to, as Councilmember Curtis said, be a leader in regionally on this, and we want housing built soon too, right? I hear from the Planning Commission, from housing providers that the current economic conditions just are not feasible at the 15%, and I hear that and I respect that. And so I also support the pioneer provisions that staff has outlaid here. So looking at these three columns, I support the first column, staff recommendation. However, hearing what we said earlier today, I would like to tweak the flexibility provisions on that. Hearing what we heard from multiple folks, and we heard some comment earlier tonight about the urgent need for the 50% AMI. I appreciate the flexibility, but I would like us to stick with the 10% once we bump up to 15% after the pioneer provisions is over. Stick with the 10%. So basically leave 5% flexibility. So in the pioneer provision, have it being split at 5% at 50% AMI and the other 5% for flexibility. And then once we've reached that 10% at 50% AMI, although I'm actually okay with having another modification, the date of December 31st in there too, just to complicate things, have it be both based on number of units and a time frame moved over to the first column, if that makes sense. I would like, once we bump up to the 15%, to have that flexibility in that extra 5% and have the 50% AMI requirement set firm at 10%, because that's just, I've heard from multiple folks in the community, multiple experts in the community who lead on this work, that is the greatest need in Kirkland today, is that 50% AMI, and I would hate for us to reduce that in this process, to lose some of that 50% AMI, because I don't think that's bold, going backwards in that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll try to be brief here. Just a few thoughts. First off, thank you, everyone. Really good conversations. It really helped me kind of think through this. And thank you to planning commissioners and Angela for explaining all of that earlier. The study session. So I tend to agree that from some of the folks that we've heard is that the staff recommendation is likely going to be difficult to finance and ultimately pencil, particularly for the short term. So I'm really interested, but I also am interested in not losing all the leverage that we have from not just the value that was created from the 85th Street plan, but the streamlining of regulations that also add to reduce costs. So I am more of the mindset that it's just really about the timing, and I like what staff has prepared as part of the blended option that the deputy mayor has also supported. that is kind of where I'm landing at the moment, for mainly because of the timing and then not wanting to lose the leverage later with the 15% that would go into effect after those thresholds are reached, or whichever's later. The one question I have for you is why is it whichever is later as opposed to whichever is first? Just maybe you could just kind of, I'm sure you had some thoughts around that. I'm just curious.
Sure. So I think the main difference is that whichever is later is more flexible. Whichever is first is less. So if it was whichever is first, one 624 unit development could come in and eat up the full pioneer provision, after which everyone would be subject to the new base. The time provision provides a little bit more time. If we do get a lot of development spurred once we adopt the new regulations, and so a little bit more time for developers to make choices in the station area about whether to move forward or not, if they wanted to try to get in under the pioneer provisions.
Okay, and then what happens if, let's say, one development comes in, eats up 500, and then another one comes in and that has 400? How does that work? How would that work?
So if there was still a time limit, they would both be subject to a pioneer provision if you adopted the whichever is later. If we just did the unit count limit on pioneer, if the first development ate up 500 units, the second development would have 124 units to meet. So their first 124 units would have the existing requirements. The rest would be subject to the new. And the other thing that I neglected to mention while I've got the mic here is that in terms of what can be changed in the future, the new base requirement, what kicks in eventually, that's a unique opportunity with the up zones that you would adopt with the station area rezones. The pioneer provision is something that could be extended in the future. So if council wanted to re-examine that in the future, so if we came back and reported on what we've seen happen in the first couple of years, for example, if council wished to, you could extend the pioneer provision. You could extend the number of units subject to a pioneer provision. You could extend the amount of time. So that one is a way that you could continue to track. The new base requirement is what is unique to the opportunity that you have with the rezones. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Wow. Wow. All right. So I have a couple questions, one for Councilmember Falcone, because I just want to make sure I really understand your latest proposal. One for staff, and then I have a few remarks I want to share, because it's a really important issue. First, a quick question for staff. We in the memo we do talk. The staff talks some about the fee in lieu when we have fractional, when we end up through these percentage calculations with fractional units. Can you just remind me and the public what we do with those fees? And do they feed, for example, do they feed into ARCH? And do they become part of ARCH-funded projects?
That's exactly correct. So fee in lieu received do go to ARCH. I will note that our code only allows a fee in lieu to be paid for one unit in a development, and so we don't have a very generous allowance for developers to pay fee in lieu for a large amount of units. We really require that the units be provided on site, and there's some flexibility for us.
So it's that fractional unit, it becomes the one unit. And ARCH development, is it tackling, reminding me and the public, it's tackling that 0 to 30% AMI sometimes?
I'm going to look to my friend from ARCH behind me. Can I invite?
Well, we have the chair of ARCH here, don't we?
So all ARCH projects generally contain a range. So most have a majority 50% or below, and so those could be 50% or they could be 30%, or even for folks with no income. Some are also 80%. So recently it's been big projects that have a mix of income ranges.
So, but to answer, but some of those units are coming in at 30%,
yes,
at or below 30%.
So I would say I don't know of a project that hasn't had the 30% below or 50% below in it that we funded.
All right. I ask those questions just because it makes that fee in lieu is actually just as important to me as the 10% or 15% at AMI. It's easy for us to forget that through this entire structure, we're also tackling a really, really tough issue, which is the 0 to 30% AMI. So I guess I'll make my remarks and then I'll ask Councilmember Falcone to make sure I understand her proposal. But I just want to emphasize just how thoughtful everyone has been and creative throughout this process. I know we have a couple of planning commissioners here. We have staff that's worked really hard on this issue here in the room and also listening, and the council itself. And we have a ton of key stakeholders, both those who job it is, who make it their life to provide affordable housing, and those who provide the community with a lot of affordable housing through the market rate housing that they build with inclusionary zoning accounted for. And just everybody's taken a really thoughtful, careful approach to this. And I just want to emphasize that how much I appreciate that and how I've been listening. At the end of the day, I feel, it's really hard. We're being asked to look into a crystal ball and we don't really have, and then, there is no crystal ball. There sort of is. We have some folks with, a crystal ball that says one thing and other folks that have a crystal ball that says another thing that puts policymakers in a really tough decision. At the end of the day, we're being asked to look into a crystal ball and we really can't know. My priority, and I've stated this many, many times, my number one priority, although I'm actually going to call it 1A, my 1A priority is housing, units of housing. My priority 1B is units of affordable housing. And it's affordable housing at 50% AMI or lower, because what we know is that is the housing for the people who are stocking the shelves at Safeway in Rose Hill. And my fellow council member Nixon made some very, waxed poetically earlier, made some very poetic statements about looking out for those who are most vulnerable, people in our community who are having trouble affording to live in Kirkland. Those, I hope he feels the same way about this proposal. This is targeting that same exact demographic, the same people who either work in Kirkland and want to live here, or are having trouble continuing to work here and are having trouble to continue living here. That's the same people. That's why it's the 50% AMI is so important. I also, priority 1C is those fees in lieu, where we're able to actually make a little bit of a dent in that tough nut, which is the 0 to 30%. I also want to, objective 1D for me is being responsive to the community's demand that we capture some of the additional value that we created with the zoning changes in the stationary plan, and that we do that for a range of benefits, but one of the primary benefits was affordable housing. So I'm really cognizant of the concerns that have been raised about whether development is going to happen, whether I'm going to be able to achieve that objective 1A, which is just housing units of any kind. And I realize that without that, there's a risk of not getting my 1B, my 1C, and my 1D. And so it's hard to be not to be uncertain about all this. But in the end, it means something to me that we have the option in the future to decrease the affordable housing requirement. It's also another meaningful consideration for me is clarity and predictability. One of the reasons I'm curious about the flexibility provisions and the pioneer provisions. Thought a lot about them, and some of my council members have talked about the fact that they support them for various reasons and good reasons. But they aren't. If your highest concern is clarity and predictability, if you want the folks who own these properties and who are interested in developing these properties to have 100% certainty as what the world looks like, you go for 15% at 50 AMI. Everybody knows exactly what that means. Everybody can factor that into the purchase price they pay for a plot of land in the station area. So with all that said, I am willing to explore. I guess what I should say is, I I came to today's meeting prepared to accept the staff's recommendation with all due respect to all of the powerful communications that we've had. I was prepared to do that, but I am willing to explore what Councilmember Falcone has proposed as a variation of the staff recommendation. And so just to be clear, you would have the flexibility provisions during a pioneer period. And it would be 10% at 50% AMI, with the last 5% being subject to varying percentage of AMI. Yeah, with the equivalency ratios. And then when the pioneer provisions expired after 624 units or December 31st, 2025, whichever is later, we would fail over into 15% at 50% AMI.
That is correct, but it would still, my proposal was a compromise where we still have that last 5% able to have the flexibility of the equivalency, which maintains the 10% at 50% AMI.
Even
I just want to make sure that whatever we're doing long-term does not decrease the 50% AMI percentage.
So the base requirement would be 10% at 50% AMI, 5% at varying, okay. And so how would that differ from the flexibility provisions during the pioneer period? And I'm sorry, but I think we have to nail this down.
Yeah, it would be the same during the pioneer provisions as is proposed. It's when it bumps up to
15.
The pioneer
15%, that it would, the 5% is what would remain. The bump up would be back up to 10% at 50%.
Okay, so during the pioneer provisions, there would be a flexibility to do 5% at 50% AMI and do the last 10% at varying percentages of AMI with the ratios that.
And the last 5.
So the pioneer provision does not have the 15% requirement. It only has the 10% requirement.
Okay, so that's really what I'm trying to nail down.
It would be 5 and 5 during pioneer.
Okay.
10 and 5 after that.
Okay.
And thank you for including the date in that, because I want to make sure that's not forgotten, because I think that goes to your predictability concern.
And it does. I did want to state that. I think the reason, if we're due to a pioneer provision, the reason I like it being the later of a fixed date or 624 units later of is to create that greater. If I'm going to consider that, I like it because it does create that clarity and predictability. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
I'll be very brief. Of these three choices, I would support the Planning Commission recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. No pressure. I don't know when we worked this hard on an issue, when we have listened to more people, when we have looked at more points of view. I also don't know a time when we've had more opportunity. And that's the part that concerns me. We are adding value and not trying or attempting to maximize that value in affordable housing, which is our number one priority. It is consistent with legislation that we have pursued for the last 5 years. It is consistent with our goals and objectives. It is consistent with the expectation of the Rose Hill neighbors who don't particularly want the density, but if they're going to get it, they're willing to get it at high affordability rates. So as hard as this is, I am leaning towards the staff recommendation with the pioneer provision as described by Councilmember Falcone. And I'm actually doing that a little begrudgingly because I hate giving up those first 624 units at only 10%. But I think this gives us the opportunity both to test if this environment will continue. Just incidentally, on Sunday, my husband's got a torn Achilles, so we got in the car and we went for an hours-long drive around the east side. And the amount of housing that is going up on the east side is incredible to observe. We are building. We're building in Totem Lake. We're building in in Kirkland, in Mill Creek, in Bothell, in Kenmore. So it's hard for me. I recognize the economic conditions that are going on right now, but I think this is the only option that gives us the flexibility to say that our first priority is affordable housing and recognize that we have some options after the first 624 units. So with that, I suppose we should, I think I've got a motion on the floor.
So I think there's no motion at the moment. So the amendment as described by Councilmember Falcone and supported by 3.5 of you is not drafted. So we would need to come back with something that was based off the staff recommendation and include the flexibility that you asked for. At least that's what it looks like the majority is interested in. There's obviously some who are not. But so we would have to probably bring it back to the August meeting or take a recess to draft the amendment.
I think that would be helpful. It would help me to just see it. Can we take a recess and do it?
Could we go into executive or closed session and do it?
Closed session about the amendment or closed?
No, I'm sorry. We have a closed session on the agenda.
Right.
I don't want to just do a recess. If staff is able to come back tonight, I'm wondering if we could do our other.
Do this closed session while we draft an amendment and then come back. Staff could do that, yeah, if the council wants to do that.
Adam, Allison?
Yeah, give me 10 minutes.
Another option would be, we can do that right now, and then we could also defer the LRMs to a future council meeting if the council wants to do that as well.
Is that okay with folks on the LRMs? Okay. I know. All right. Then let's do that.
Okay, so we need to announce a closed session. We'll probably need 15 minutes.
For executive session, 15 minutes?
Closed session for.
Perhaps we could have a motion to change the agenda to consider the closed session and then come back to business.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we are now going into closed session for an executive discussion on, what are we talking about? Collective bargaining. Thank you. We are back in session after a brief break what were we doing? Contract negotiations, right? Okay.
Closed session.
Closed session.
Closed session. And welcome back, Allison.
Thank you. So we have in front of you and on the screen, I think the council option that was just discussed. And so here we go. The base requirement, so this would kick in after a pioneer provision, would be a 15% set aside at 50% AMI. The code language on that is getting passed out as we speak here. That base requirement would have a flexibility provision that requires the first 10% set aside to be provided at 50% AMI, and the remainder of units could be provided using the equivalent exchange rates up to an equivalent of a 15% set aside at 50% AMI. The pioneer provision would be 10% set aside at 50% AMI. That matches today's existing requirements. It would allow flexibility. So within the pioneer provision, the first 5% of set aside units would have to be provided at 50% AMI, with the remainder of units being able to be met using the equivalency rates up to the equivalent of 10% at 50. That pioneer provision would be for the first 624 units vested or until December 31st, 2025, whichever is later.
Yes, question one is, did that capture it correctly? Okay.
I think so.
And Allison, do you have this on a screen, or do you
No.
want to talk? Okay, so we'll talk through it.
So I can I have a copy? I gave mine away.
So here. So I want to make sure we direct our attention to where the amendment would be and you would move this.
So what we've done, this is not the KZC 112 amendments that are included as an exhibit to Ordinance 4855. This is amending the version that was included as attachment 4 to your staff memo. Where we made the changes, we didn't have to make an amendment to the base requirement. Where we made a change starts in section 112.23C, and that starts on page 1234 of the printed out. So this is the entirety of subsection 112. So the amendment made in subsection C is starting that in the first sentence, in the station area NMU, UF, and CVU use zones, the first 10% of total units, that was amended from 5% up to 10%, must be provided at the base required affordability level, which is 50%. What we also did was amend the example language that's after the table in subsection C to reflect the first 10% at 50 and the remaining 5% at 50 equivalent. It gives some examples of what that equivalent would be at a 60, 70, or 80% AMI. The other change is in subsection D, so that's the subsection directly after the one we were just talking about. That subsection is related to the pioneer requirements. In that, we simply added the date deadline for the pioneer provision in addition to the first 624 units, whichever is later. We also made a quick clarifying amendment to the version that was in the packet to specify that what gets a unit, that we're looking at vested units, so not just units built, units vested would get them in the door in the pioneer provision. So those were the amendments made to the version that was attachment 4 to your staff.
So the suggestion is that we move ordinance 4855 and then amend it.
Correct.
As you have just described.
Correct.
Okay. Sure.
It's getting late. Councilmember Falcone, can you talk about why you made this amendment?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the main two things that, if I'm remembering correctly, that I changed from the staff recommendation was adding the date just for the predictability and to make sure that we don't have that messy, only, if there's only 100 units left, it's a 400 unit example for that. And then the other thing I changed was when we bump up to 15%, making sure that we still have that 10% at 50% AMI. We heard comment earlier tonight, and I know we've heard from some other folks about the importance of that 50% AMI being the greatest need in our community for affordability, and how the 80% AMI is less of a need. So I did not want the previous version maintained only a 5% requirement at 50% AMI, and the other 10% could have been equivalent at 60 or 80% AMI, and I wanted to make sure we had 10% at 50. Does that help?
So effectively, it starts out at less than 10?
During the intermediate period, I forget the name, the Pioneer. Thank you.
Provision, as we drafted it, would be equivalent to 10% set aside at 50% AMI, but with a flexibility provision that would only require the first 5% at that 50% level. The rest could be provided at varying levels of AMI if someone chose to.
But that we're equivalent.
To 10% at 50 for the
So
Pioneer.
one way of looking at that, in my mind, help simplify it, is it's only 5% of flexibility the whole time. It's 5% of flexibility during the Pioneer time, and it's 5% of flexibility when it bumps up to 15.
Okay.
Nelson, can you confirm which ordinance this amends? It's 4855?
4855. And it's Exhibit B to 4855.
Okay.
Just for the zoning code amendments related to Chapter 112.
Oh, Neil?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in light of that, I just have a comment, and I guess it's a comment and a question for my fellow policymakers. I have not heard, despite all the meetings I've had with folks who are building housing, I have not heard that they are unable to do, I mean, I guess there's some disagreement about this, but I haven't heard a really strong statement that housing cannot be built in the station area in 2024 at 10% at 10% at 50% AMI. And yet, in our currently proposed council option pioneering provision, we are actually creating flexibility above 5% that is, for lack of a better term, it's more favorable to a housing developer than our current requirements. And I'm wondering what staff thinks about that, and if we feel like we really need to do that.
I'd say that's correct because it's essentially adopting the Planning Commission flexibility concept that they proposed.
So it seems to me it's an acknowledgement, and there's a little bit unorthodox approach that we're using tonight late, I'm sorry, but it seems to me where that's an acknowledgement that we're trying to react to literally the current, what we believe as best we possibly can, the current housing development, and that is a lesson I think we've learned from some of the expert reports we've got, is that trying to predict, policymakers trying to predict current macroeconomic conditions and the microeconomic conditions of the builders and the lenders there's a very good chance we're going to get it wrong. And I'm just wondering whether we really need that whether it's enough to have a pioneer provision that keeps things status quo. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a similar thought while we were in closed session, so I didn't rush to tell you, but how complicated would it be to change that, to keep it, and just deleting on that slide that you had, deleting like the bottom parenthetical note?
So changing it would not be too difficult. We would just strike the flexibility provision here. What I can offer is, I think, why Planning Commission got there in their discussion, because I think they did recognize that it's more flexibility than we provide today with no more affordable housing than we get today. And over the course of our multiple study sessions with them, I think the discussion that evolved was looking at where 50% AMI landed and recognizing in terms of, at least in their conversation, that there are folks that are not of high income, but people that might make too much to qualify for a 50% AMI unit, but might qualify for a 60 or 70 or 80% unit. That might be something like teachers. We looked at Lake Washington School District entry-level teacher salary. And so I think that they thought in the station area where we're trying to get a diversity of incomes, it was important to provide flexibility that we might get a range. So I think that was where we led to offering that more flexibility. The Planning Commission felt it was important to offer some opportunities at those 60, 70, and 80% levels. If a developer chose to, they could still provide just 10% at 50.
Are we okay?
I appreciate that. Oh, sorry. I didn't raise my hand. Are we beyond? We're a little bit beyond that tonight? Okay, sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I appreciate that perspective. I do think that's meaningful. And I guess it's responsive to those who have said, although I think it's a smaller number than all of the builders that have talked to us, those who have said that even 10% at 50% AMI in this current macroeconomic environment is difficult. And the fact that it provides that housing for folks who might not qualify for 50%, and some of those might be teachers, is meaningful to me. So
They're still building.
I know. But I should stop talking and let my colleagues weigh in.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to get a motion on the floor, if that's okay, so we can move forward. Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt ordinance 04855.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, to move ordinance 4855. Discussion. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we adopt the amendment to Exhibit B, am I saying this correctly, as in our handout. Is that sufficient?
City Attorney, how would you like that said? Alternative KZ 112 amendments.
That was, thank you, City Manager. I was thinking move to amend proposed ordinance 04855 to incorporate the alternative KZC 112 amendments. Exhibit B as presented by staff.
I move that.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. That's the amendment, right? Yeah. To amend ordinance 4855 as described by the city attorney. Any discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I've already said I prefer the Planning Commission, but that's not before us. This is before us. And this is better than what's on the table. I mean, the original proposal that was made to us by staff, the staff recommendations. So I'm going to vote yes on this because it's incrementally better than what we would be left with if we didn't vote for this.
Thank you. Further discussion, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember Falcone's proposal here, having the addition of the additional time frame for the pioneer provisions is important. And you've made an important observation that we don't want to go backwards from what we have in our current code regarding the 10% inclusionary zoning at 50% AMI. Also, really, truly appreciate staff's nimbleness that we can close on this issue tonight. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's clear, it's predictable, it's responsive, and I had a fourth one. I can't remember what it is because it's late. Thanks.
Okay, the question is on the amendment.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just restate what I think the motion to amend is? And I was writing as I was talking, and I want to make sure that we have it right, and then I'll give it to the city clerk. But the motion would be to amend proposed ordinance 04855 to incorporate the alternative KZC 112 amendments to Exhibit B as presented by staff.
That is correct.
I think that's a little different than what I said first time through.
Can we add just a tiny bit of amendment
Please.
language? We'd like to propose clarifying the language, in subsection 112.23D to clarify that during the pioneer provision, the first 5% is at 50 with the rest equivalent.
Allison, are you talking about then just making a change to the handout?
Yes.
Okay, and not to the amended motion? Was the amended motion as stated okay? You just want to make an additional change to the handout?
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
So the changes to Exhibit B.
So I think the language that I proposed, if acceptable to the council, is good to go for the motion to amend the ordinance. And what planning staff is asking for is permission to make the change that Allison and Adam just described to the handout that will guide Exhibit B.
Which is consistent with the amendment.
Mm-hmm, consistent with the amendment.
Okay, the question is on the motion to pass ordinance 4855 as amended. No, question is on the amendment to accept ordinance, the amendment to ordinance 4855. Clerk, please call the roll. Yeah, you.
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes. The question, motion carries unanimously. The question is on the ordinance to pass 4855 as amended. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Madam Mayor,
Oh, sorry.
I think we need to have
More discussion?
final passage.
Oh, we do. Is that right, City Attorney, last and final?
I think Councilmember Nixon is asking for discussion prior to the final vote.
Proceed.
Oh, thank you. I promise this is much shorter than my previous set of remarks. As you may recall, I was a strong proponent of upzoning the 85th Street corridor once the region decided to place a $300 million BRT station at 85th Street. Although I did not support Sound Transit 3, I believed then and I believe now that it's our responsibility to honor that regional investment by creating more jobs and homes close to the station so that investment will have some actual benefit. However, you may also recall that I voted no on the Phase 1 station area zoning and regulations because, in my opinion, as I stated at the time, they were too restrictive, micromanaging building design from City Hall rather than letting the market operate, and they tried to extract too much value from new development to build public amenities that ought to be paid for by the entire community. In Phase 2, in addition to those two problems, we now see the proposed expansion of inclusionary housing regulations. I believe these will result in less development than would otherwise occur, which we have heard from many presenters. I continue to be concerned that the permanent restrictions on resident income serve to exclude middle-income residents who do not qualify for low-income housing and can't afford full market rate housing. I'm also concerned that the more we expand the number of required low-income units in a building, the more the cost of building and operating those units is shifted to the market rate units. This drives up the cost of those units and makes them unaffordable to more families, which I think is counterproductive. I continue to believe that a key driver of housing prices is excessive regulation, and that if we really want to make housing more affordable, then we should reduce regulation rather than increase it. Although this proposal does allow increased building heights and density, it also piles on a large number of new regulations that I believe will backfire and not achieve the desired results. And for these reasons, I will vote no on Phase 2 as I did with Phase 1. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Question is on the motion to pass ordinance 4855 as amended. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Nixon?
No.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
No.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, motion carries 5-2. Right. So that takes us to ordinance 4856?
Correct.
Any further discussion? Or any further information? Okay.
Adopts the map.
I don't have my glasses. There they are. Okay, can I get a motion to approve ordinance 4856?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black. Discussion? Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes. Moving on to ordinance 4856. Is that right?
We just did.
4820.
4825. No further discussion? Can I get a motion to adopt 4825?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? Question is on the motion to adopt ordinance 4825. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, motion carries. Okay, I believe that takes us all the way to the end, to City Council regional and committee reports. Start with Councilmember Nixon.
Nothing to report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
I'm looking at my list and thinking what's most important. I just want to mention two things. One, East Side Transportation Partnership met last week. As you all know, we lost our transportation manager who was helping staff those meetings, and the council was getting updates from that staff member. So until we replace that staff liaison, I'll be sending out reports. I think I'm going to leave it to Deputy Mayor Arnold, who also attended that meeting, to talk about the answer to the question that he posed. I wanted to mention one thing about the return, the return of Metro, the hoped for return of King County Metro bus service. We did learn from Metro at last week's meeting that the return of that would be incremental over time and not necessarily have to wait for their bi-yearly service updates. So as they identify the need to return to the previous level of service or something akin to it, they'll be doing that on an ongoing basis. So that was good news. And then I'll let Deputy Mayor Arnold share the rest of the good news. The only other thing I was going to mention is we have an upcoming meeting of the Regional Law, Safety, and Justice Committee, and I just wanted to note that our very own Chief Harris is going to be presenting at that meeting on our street racing and street noise pilot program. So the rest of the region is going to hear about that. I'm sorry if that duplicates a update I gave previously, but anyway, that's coming up very soon. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Falcone.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Pascal.
Ditto.
Councilmember Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Since Councilmember Black is making me report something, the general manager of Metro, Michelle Allison, did mention that the service hours would be restored when they had the opportunity to do so, not waiting for the 2 weeks. They also said the restoration of service hours would remain in the jurisdiction and not talking about their process for expanding hours, although they will be open to changes in span of service or frequency, but they want to have those conversations on a per jurisdiction basis. Thank you.
Super. Okay, I don't really have anything to report because you've already gotten all our reports from John. I do have a ribbon cutting that you are all invited to at the new Vela Apartments across the street from, well, the ones downtown by the Bank of America. And that is 5 o'clock on Thursday. It's going to be quite a fancy affair with the ribbon cutting itself at 5:30. So let me know if you want to come, and it would be fun. And beyond that, we'll go back to the city manager.
Just two quick reports. First, the city attorney and I are meeting with the salary commission tomorrow night at 5, just to give them, they're having a sort of a semi-retreat before their meeting. So I have a synthesis of comments I've heard from council members. If you haven't sent me comments and you want to give us something that you would like me to carry forward into that meeting, please go ahead and reach out. I'll be around all day tomorrow before that meeting on 5. Then secondly, you did get a letter that was a draft letter sent to you by Diana Hart that's about Kirkland supporting Sound Transit Start of the East Side starter line. We've supported it in the past, and so it's just a letter that has multiple jurisdiction signatures on it. Just want to see if any councilors has an objection to the mayor signing that letter, encouraging the board to go ahead and do the East Side starter line.
Sounds good.
And finally, I do have one calendar issue that I meant to bring up during the park ballot measure, but so both our outside attorney and city attorney feel that the council should consider passing a resolution of support for the parks ballot measure at a future council meeting, probably the September meeting, the first meeting in September. So just want to see if council wants staff to go ahead and draft something and bring it to that meeting for council consideration.
Councilmember Nixon.
Just a clarification, so would that be under 555 and need a public hearing and all that?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, public hearing and opportunity for people to speak for and against. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
And that's all I have, unless anyone has any other calendar. Oh, sorry, I'm Councilmember Black.
Oh, thank you. Do we need to take any formal action with respect to the items on the agenda related to LRMs?
Oh,
to postpone them?
I think we
Since
voted.
we're not taking them up tonight?
I think we made that decision before we went on the break.
I said no if it needed to be formalized.
I don't think it has to be formal. I'll just make sure I schedule them for today's. Thank you, though.
Okay, well done. Thanks.
I'll make sure we bring it back to the August meeting. All
With
right. Any
that-
other calendar updates before? That's all. Otherwise, all I have.
With that, I will just declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hard night.
work.
Really hard night.